Gonna do a little more streaming of Virtue's Last Reward today. Probably do some now and then maybe a little bit more in the evening. Try to make a big push. Honestly, I may not even be able. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to finish today or not, because I don't know how much is left. We might do it today. We might not. I'm just gonna have to go at it. But we basically, it seems like we've only got 2 paths left. So once we solve these puzzles that are left in the PDC, hopefully that'll get us further along on this route, and then we'll go from there. So I'm trying to remember what I was doing last time. Oh, right. It's this guy. What the hell is this cube? It's hideous. You really think so? Guys, did you look at the stomach? Yeah, it's got a weird pattern on it. It's in the child-sized suit here, but... Well, first I need to find the child-sized suit. I'm guessing it's one of these lockers, and I just missed it among the other ones. That one's a normal one. Wait, what did that say? Wait, what are you thinking? This isn't the time for that. Just a little... Oh. Damn it, Sigma. That's my suit. Oh my god. Yeah, I didn't realize what that was until it was too late, unfortunately. But Sigma got what he deserved, so I guess it's okay. Maybe it was in one of the ones downstairs? Can't remember now. Well, I can't remember if I already checked them. Box. Cat making a mess. 1 second. Oh, right. These are just locked. Wait a minute. Aha. Something in here. Is this a journal? Looks like it's blank. Not much. Wait. There's a slip of paper in here. This is... okay. Not sure what that means, but I'll hang on to it. I have another key? Yeah, I have another key. And here's the child-sized one. Yeah. I get the feeling I combine it with this guy. Yep. Put that suit on him? Pretty good fit. Maybe there's something on the stomach there? Looks like an 8. Yeah, like you'd see on a calculator or something. Okay, well. I hope I wasn't supposed to remember what was on the doll on the Zero Junior. The pattern on the display is the same as the pattern on the stomach of the stuffed animal wearing the protective suit. Click it to scan the pattern, so the device can read the colors of the pattern. Once you have that, enter 3 number on the right side of the screen and press check. the same color? I can't tell. I hope they're the same color. I might have to... Injection? Okay, that's something we've... It's not relevant. Just something we saw earlier. Okay, I think this one's slightly brighter than this one. 1, 2, 3. It's gotta be this one, because then that makes it a 6. And this one is... These are mostly the same. Oh, one's a 2, one's a 3. I think this one's a 2. Yeah, that one's a 2. That one's a 3. Okay. So that's the safe password. I'm guessing this guy. Green, pink, green, pink. White, pink, green, pink. Okay, yeah. So that was for the other one. Cool. Sun, star, moon. Safe. Yeah, it's just like the ones in the Navy room, the infirmary. We just type password and it should open. Sun, star, moon. Get the gold file. Hooray, it opened. Good job. And then... moon, sun, sun for the other one. Ooh, looks like that did it. Looks like there's a lot in there. Hold on. I'll take everything out just to be patient. Let's see. First off, we get a map. Explains the floor plan. Yeah, just like we've found in every other room on floor B. And the moon keys, which are also the same as before. Take one for Tenyoji, one for us. Got a blue memory card. I feel like I've been seeing something like that before. But where? I wonder what's on it. Well, unless we can find something to stick it into, we won't be finding out anytime soon. Well, we can figure that out later. For now, we'll just take it with us, and then the key get at the exit. Yep. Come on, there's no time to waste. Let's move. This one. Let's go. Okay, right. Let's do this. 3, 2, 1. Doors open. Alright, come right out in the warehouse. 3 the doors.
Looks just like the one on the last floor.
There's even a big old door in the same spot where the number 9 door is in the other warehouse.
True, but it's rusted over. Don't think it's opening anytime soon.
No lever to open it anyway, I can see.
Well, shoot. Couldn't possibly open that with our bare hands.
Duh. How much do you think that thing weighs?
You'd have about as much luck trying to lift a pickup truck, even if it was unlocked.
I want to know what those are.
Those white doors?
So, yeah, third round chromatic
Yeah,
doors.
seems like it. I mean, look at this. It's one of those things that says lock.
Yeah, just like the ones next to the other chromatic doors.
So you're saying all chromatic doors for the next round
Yeah,
are white.
they were different colors before, but
Guess things have changed for this round.
Before we can discuss any doors any further, a familiar robotic voice crackled over the speakers. It's Dio opening the door early.
An ambidex gate has been opened. 45 minutes remain until ambidex game polling closes.
one of the other teams opened the gate early.
What in the hell they do that for? We haven't even started back yet. Never mind, White. We just need to get back up there pronto. I'm worried about Quark. We need to hook up with Alice and Kay. The sooner the better.
Right, got it.
Let's go.
Turn the floor A warehouse to find two people waiting for us. Kay had gone through the red door. Dio had gone through the green door. Oh.
Where's Quark?
We took him to the infirmary. At the moment, Alice, Phi, and Luna are looking after him.
Okay.
Is he all right?
I don't know if I would describe him as all right, but apparently his condition has not worsened, if that's what you mean. He is still resting. However, we...
Good. I'm going to the infirmary.
Tenmyoji, please, wait!
Tenmyoji ignored Kay and took off at a run through the yellow door.
Oh dear. He's gone. There was something I needed to tell him.
Well, it's not like it matters. The girls will just tell him when he gets there. He ought to calm down once he's seen the kid.
Clover and I looked at one another, eyebrows raised.
What are they going to tell him?
Well, you see...
What?
You found virus medicine in the laboratory?
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we found only a single vial.
And we can cure Quark's Radical 6.
So it would seem.
Well, I guess we should head over to the infirmary and see how he's doing. Come on, let's go.
Right behind you. He should be fine now. It might take some time for him to recover fully, but the worst is over.
Luna's voice was quiet as she stepped back from Quark. She held an injection gun with an empty vial. Delicately, she placed it back in the cabinet. Quark had been laid out on a crude cot and was still sound asleep. His breathing was even and his expression was peaceful. He looked like any other child sleeping soundly after a long day of doing whatever it is children do to amuse themselves. Any trace of the insanity he'd shown earlier was nowhere to be found.
He's
Yes. We analyzed the vial and confirmed that it was definitely Excelivir, now that I've administered it.
The Excelivir should eradicate the virus completely given enough time, right?
Yes, that should be the case.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, what a relief.
Things are looking pretty sketchy there for a while, that's for sure.
I felt some of the tension disappear from my shoulders, and I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. We weren't out of the woods yet, but at least Quark was safe.
Ooh.
Temyoji let out a long, shaky sigh and lowered himself onto one of the empty beds. He rubbed his hands wearily across his face, and I thought I saw the glint of tears.
Alice, you and Kay, I don't know what to say other than thanks. You saved his life. I don't know the words to tell you how much that means to me.
Oh, please. It was nothing, really. We just happened to be the ones who went through the red door.
Where is Kay? He's not in here.
He's still in the warehouse. Dio and Kay stayed behind.
They went there to wait for you guys while we came back here. We figured someone should explain what was going on so you wouldn't come back to an empty warehouse.
So Dio and Kay were the ones who opened the AB gates.
Not both of them. There was only one door open.
Well, we should get back and tell them how Quark's doing. Kay will want to know at least.
Yeah, you're right. I nodded and headed back toward the other side of the room. I was nearly there when Temyoji suddenly spoke.
That's right.
Huh?
You know that memory card we found?
This thing.
Yeah, I think I know how we can take a look at what's on it. What, you don't remember? There was a memory card just like it that we used to solve the puzzles in here.
Yeah, he's right. There's a slot next to the screen. Should work for this one, too.
Oh yeah, there it is. Right, yeah, well, let's give it a shot.
Yeah, I want to see what's on it.
Okay, just give me a minute here. I slid the card into the slot next to the screen. No sooner had I done so than an image of a waveform popped up on the screen.
Is there an audio file on here? Why don't we turn up the volume a bit?
Luna tapped a few things on the screen and a bar began to move across the screen. Before long, a voice drifted out of the speakers.
This is Control. How's it going over there? Bet you missed the sound of my voice, huh? Well, I gotta be honest. It's getting pretty lonely over here, too. Feeling kinda like howling at the moon, lone wolf style. Speaking of which, I'm looking at it right now. The old girl is beautiful. Never seen a moon this full. And that color. Whew. Tonight's that eclipse, remember? What a way to end 2028, huh? The moon's this amazing red. If it wasn't so beautiful, it'd be kind of ominous. Wish you guys could see it too, but... sorry, forgot. You're supposed to be on Mars, aren't you? So, how are Phobos and Deimos looking right now? Sure hope I'll get to look up at them someday, too. Anyway, over. Hey, something wrong? Talk to me, guys. What? You gonna play hard to get because we haven't talked in so long? Enough jokes, all right? Knock it off. Where are you guys? Is there something wrong with the radio? You're saying everything's green? Well then, what the hell's going on here? Why aren't they responding? No, the video feed's online. Look, you can see all 9 of them, 3 at each table. What? Someone hacked our feed? What do you mean this isn't live? An old clip on repeat? Who would do that? What in the hell is happening here? This is Control. I repeat, this is Control. Please come in. I'm asking you to respond.
This is...
Oh, thank God. You really had me worried there. What happened?
6 of us are... dead.
What?
Counting myself, there are only 3 left.
How? Why?
They were killed.
What?
I guess you could say I killed them. No, that's not quite right. Not just them. Not just these 6. All of them. All 6 billion. Soon, I will have killed 6 billion people.
Are you there? Respond! Damn it. This is Control. I repeat, this is Control. We have an emergency situation. We have an unconfirmed report of 6 deceased test subjects. Deploy rescue and escort teams to the test site immediately. Shit. What the hell happened in there?
Is that it?
Yes.
What on earth was that?
Any ideas? I got only frowns and shaking heads in response. Okay, hold on a second. So this is an operator. He's talking about the moon. So he's presumably on Earth, looking at the lunar eclipse at the end of 2028. And he's talking to someone who's supposed to be on Mars. Look up them someday. Talk to me, guys. What are you... So he's talking to someone on Mars. Someone on Mars responds that, like, something has gone horribly wrong. What is happening in this file? Only one person showed a reaction other than stunned confusion. Tenmyoji. Long after the audio ended, he stared at the screen, deep in thought.
Do you know something, Tenmyoji?
Yeah, I think I know what that was. It's probably a transmission from the Mars mission test site.
Mars?
I'm sorry, what?
You mean some kind of space travel?
What kind of test site was it?
Did you know that the government is developing spaceships with particle annihilation engines? These ships would be able to get humans to Mars a lot faster than old chemical rockets. But they don't want to just send a manned Mars mission off half-cocked. That was the idea behind this test. They built a whole complex on this old Air Force base in Nevada. The idea was that it would be a simulation of a manned mission to Mars with a crew of 9 men and women. They'd monitor the whole thing and use that data to plan the real mission.
So what we just listened to was a transmission from that project.
Yeah,
Why is something like that here?
don't know why.
I mean, my guess is my immediate thought is we're in that building, and that this was originally going to be like this is a copy of the simulation, or this is the something like that.
We found it in the safe. No explanation. Dollars to donuts, it's got something to do with Zero's plan.
You mean we were meant to hear what was on that card?
Yeah.
It's all very interesting, but how exactly do you know about all this?
Oh, about the simulated Mars mission?
Yes.
I was involved with the project.
Involved?
The intent was to create as accurate a simulation as possible. That meant we'd need to simulate the radio silence we'd experienced during conjunction.
What's a conjunction?
It means two things in space are close to each other. In this case, we're talking about a superior conjunction, where Mars and Earth are on the exact opposite sides of the Sun. So unless we've got some sort of relay, there'll be a period of time where we won't be able to communicate with each other. What we heard on that card was when the simulated conjunction was scheduled to end.
That's when they died.
No, we don't know that. They could have died long before that conversation. All we know is that's when it was discovered.
So 6 of the test subjects died, right?
Yeah.
Well, do you remember what she said? It was something about how she didn't just kill 6 people. She said 6 billion. The heck did she mean by that?
Just what the hell happened there?
Tenmyoji frowned and looked down at the floor. We were all silent as he paced slowly back and forth across the room. At last he stopped, raised his head, and spoke.
The truth is that there's a chance a virus escaped from the test site.
A virus? Wait, you don't mean...
Yeah, Radical 6.
What? How can that be?
I'm just telling you what I know, okay? Nobody's sure how Radical 6 got in there in the first place, but one of the subjects might have been infected when they entered. Or the virus itself might have been an intentional part of the simulation. The test site deaths became the index case for a pandemic. Anyway, prevailing wisdom says it got out somehow. And once it was out, it spread pretty quick. All across the planet.
And it killed 6 billion people?
No, not directly. Best numbers put only a third or so of those deaths as directly caused by Radical 6. The other 4 billion died from the collapse caused by the deaths of that first third. The whole world just fell apart.
Yeah, something's telling me we're actually much more in the future than we initially suspected. Wow, damn, I have a lot of questions. I don't even know where to start. I don't even know where to start knowing where to start. Well, no, take that back. Explain that date. Unless I heard this wrong, the day the Radical 6 got out was December 31st, 2028.
Yeah.
But the day I got grabbed by the guy in the gas mask was December 25th, 2028.
Me too. Christmas Day.
I was kidnapped on Christmas, too.
Clover and I were taken 3 days earlier, on the 22nd.
Yeah.
Then you see what I'm saying, right? That recording was made close to a week after we were all picked up. What the hell is going on here? The thing is from the future.
I see.
Ten minutes remain.
Yeah, I think he was about to say, like, hey,
closes.
it's way after that now.
All players, please enter your votes. If no vote is recorded before the deadline has passed, any non-voting parties will automatically ally.
Sigma, Phi, Luna, Alice, and Clover. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Think I'm starting to know who that third pod person actually was. Anyways.
We're out of time. We need to go back to the warehouse.
Wait, you haven't answered.
Don't care. I need more than 10 minutes to explain everything. Half-assing it is just gonna make you more confused. Now get moving. But it's enough! Shut your damn hole or I'm picking Betray!
Hey, come on now.
Fine. Do what you want, but I need to get back to the AB rooms. I'd like to stay with Quark. He seems to be doing all right.
I'll stay here with him. Phi can do the voting for our pair. I can trust her. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, sure.
Well, if you'd be willing to do that, I'd be much obliged. Thanks, Luna. Take good care of him.
Of course. I'll make sure everything goes fine.
Temyoji gave her one last nod, then turned and dashed out of the infirmary. Well, that's that, I guess. Should probably be going, too.
Yes. We'll just have to wait to hear the rest of what he has to say later.
I'd rather just get it all out in the open now, but there's not much we can do.
Let's get going then.
We returned to the warehouse to find only Kay. I explained what had happened with Quark, then glanced around the room. Hey, where's Dio?
He's gone into his AB room.
Yeah.
Already?
Indeed.
Then he opened the first AB gate, right?
Of course.
This is bad. I won't be able to talk with him. This is going to limit my choices.
You've only got one BP left, don't you?
Yeah. Luna's the same.
If Vi chooses Ally, and Dio picks Betray...
Phi and Luna will be penalized.
I don't have a choice. I'll have to pick Betray. The risk with Ally is just too high.
Hey, Alice, don't you have one BP too?
That's right. But Kay and I will be playing against Quark.
And he'll just default to Ally. I guess you don't need to worry about getting penalized then, huh?
But what if Alice and Kay choose betray?
You needn't worry. That will not happen. Even though, as you have told me, Quark is recovering, he is still weak. Moreover, he is only a child. To betray an innocent child would be...
Yeah, that would be unthinkable. Even if you ignore his age or condition, it's hardly fair to take advantage of someone who can't vote.
So you'll vote to Ally?
Yes.
Of course.
Well then, shall we go?
Yes.
Kay and Alice nodded to one another and disappeared into the AB room second from the right. Without saying anything, Phi turned and walked to the room just left of theirs. That left only myself, Clover, and Tenmyoji.
Do you remember what you said to me when you chose the blue door? Something about how you'd convince me to choose Ally? Seems like now would be the time to let me know how you're going to convince me.
Well, it's not that complicated. I promise you that Clover and I will vote Ally. That's it, pretty much.
I see. And you figure I'll believe you because you've only got one BP. Once you've told me that you plan to ally, I won't be able to choose betray. Since, if you're telling the truth...
You'll kill me.
Not a bad plan, but it assumes that I've taken killing you off the table. Seems like a risky bet for you.
I disagree.
And why is that?
Clover's BP is 6. If you ally and we betray, then she'd have enough points to escape, right? She could run off the number 9 door as soon as this round is over.
I never...
It's easy for you to say, but think about it from my perspective. Sure, you might not, but you also might. If I guess wrong, that's a pretty big loss for me.
Well, what if Clover tries to seduce you to get what she wants?
What?
Huh?
That's just an example. What I'm trying to say is that once you two are in that room, Clover might try and make some sort of bargain with you. I'm asking what you're going to do if that happens. Are you sure you'll still choose Ally?
Seduce me, huh?
Hey! What are you staring at, you perv? There's no way on earth I'd do anything like that! Ugh! As if! In your dreams, creep!
Well, that's that then. Not gonna lie though, I'm a little disappointed.
So I can trust you. You're gonna choose Ally.
Yeah,
You can trust us.
Promise.
of course.
We promise.
All right. I guess I'll vote Ally too then.
3 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
Well, looks like we don't have much time left. I'm trusting you.
I'm trusting you too. Tenmyoji gave us a curt nod, then turned and strode into the second AV room from the left. Right, well, let's get to it.
Yeah. Hey, Sigma, I wanted to ask you something.
What's up?
Could you pick Betray for me?
What?
I mean, I could try and, like, tackle you. But you're so big and strong, you'd probably just throw me on the ground and that'd be it.
Yeah, well,
So I thought I might as well just ask you really nicely. Oh, I mean, I'd be happy to, pay you back. If you just pick Betray for me, then I'll listen to anything you say.
anything.
Yep, anything. So think carefully, okay? If you choose Ally, you're trusting him with your life.
Yeah, if he chooses Betray, it's all over.
Uh-huh. Are you really, really sure you can trust that old fart?
Hey now, that's not very nice.
The only safe choice is to pick Betray.
If he chooses Ally and we don't,
Then I'll have 9 BP. But you don't need to worry about that. Even if I do get 9 BP, I won't just go and open the number 9 door all by myself. I mean, Alice wouldn't have 9 points yet, and I can't leave her behind. Please, will you pick Betray?
20 seconds remain.
voting machine was in front of me. I didn't have much time left to think. Keep my promise to Tenmyoji and pick Ally? Or would I betray him for Clover and...
If you just pick Betray for me...
Yeah, and there was only one possible answer.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I'm not falling for that. That's dumb.
Round 2 results.
A little
will
disappointed
be
in Clover, to be
displayed.
honest.
Thank you for your participation. Ambidex gates now opening. Results from round 2. Please direct your attention to... Points have been assigned or subtracted accordingly. Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet points.
You know, it's funny because Tenmyoji talked about trusting Clover a lot. And, I don't think that was necessarily warranted. But then again, that was in other timelines, so...
Looks like you managed to trust me.
Well, seems like I made the right choice.
Only did what I said I would.
You really helped me out. Thanks.
I can say the same thing. No need for thanks.
The corner of his mouth twitched into a grin. I felt myself smile a little in response. Clover, on the other hand, looked less than pleased.
That was a bad choice, Sigma. And after I told you I'd listen to anything you said. Oh well, whatever.
She sighed heavily, shot me one last annoyed look, and stalked off. Really, Clover? After all this? After all you've been through, you can do that? Come on. Across the room, Dio and Phi were already confronting one another over their own results. Well, this is not
You tried to kill me and
unexpected.
Luna. Can't say I'm surprised.
Ah, don't give me that. You know exactly what I was doing. I knew you weren't stupid enough to pick Ally. You'd defend yourself with Betray, just like I would. Wait, where's Luna?
In the infirmary, looking after Quark.
Is that where Alice went too?
Alice? No, she went into one of the AB rooms with Kay.
Yes, we did indeed enter together. When the doors opened, however, she left, somewhat unsteadily, in the direction of the cyan door.
She left the warehouse?
Indeed.
Without even checking the results?
Correct. There was little reason to check them.
Yeah, it's not like Quark was gonna betray you.
Indeed.
And you two still choose Ally. Man, what a pair of bleeding hearts.
If you say so. Being mocked for my compassion is a small price to pay for retaining my humanity.
Where did Alice run off to?
While we were in the AB room, she mentioned being quite tired. Perhaps she went to one of the cabins to rest.
Oh, well, I guess that would make sense.
An ominous rumble filled the warehouse.
The Ambidex gates have closed. Round 3 of the Ambidex game will be the Star Round. Star keys are required. There is
Right,
no
set limit.
The
You
Ambidex
can use it as many
gates.
times as you want. Huh. Every settings we want.
That means the star keys can be used to play the AB game any number of times. If I understood that announcement correctly, that is.
Hey, didn't Zero Jr. say something about this?
He did. We'll have a flashback to that.
Close, the pair and solo assignments hop around a bit too.
So now we check our bracelets. Series of wrists rescinded. Huh. Looks like all the colors are weird. Yeah, because they have to, Clover's a cyan pair, Phi's a magenta pair, Tenmyoji's a yellow pair.
The 3 solos are red, green, and blue. K's red, Dio's green, and you're blue.
I think they're going to be white this time.
Yes. Dio told me about them. Very interesting.
So this part's the same,
they're white,
basically.
all of them. I had a good look while I was waiting for Sigma to show up down in the warehouse.
Should have seen them too, Phi.
Yeah, I did. You're talking about the doors in the Floor B warehouse, right?
Yeah, so lay it on us. How the group's gonna shake out? There's only one option. Option A, Tenmyoji and me would form one group. Phi and Dio would form another group. Wow, they get pitted against each other again. Clover and K would form the third.
Huh? Wait, you mean there's only one option?
Yep.
Yeah. There's no other way we can group up to make white. Alice, Luna, and Quark aren't here to show us their bracelets, so we don't know for sure what their colors are. But it's pretty clear they'll all be pairs, since none of the pairs here have a partner.
So they'll be yellow, magenta, and cyan.
Right.
Alright, what now? We've got plenty of time until those white doors open.
54 minutes.
I'm gonna
Plenty
go
of
find
time for some
Alice.
murders to happen.
Of course. I'll come with you then.
Clover gave her a shrug, and the two of them headed out through the cyan door.
Do I really need to say it?
The infirmary, right? You're gonna go check on Quark.
Yeah.
He gave me a nod and trotted out the yellow door. That left only 3 of us, DOK and myself. What are you guys gonna do?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna head over to the lounge and have a drink. You wanna tag along, Kay?
Are you making fun of me? I find it rather hard to drink with this mask on.
Ah, right, of course. My bad. Well, I'm out. Later.
With a lazy wave of his hand, Dio slouched off toward the magenta door. Took me a moment to realize Kay was following him.
Hey, what is this? You following me?
No, you must be mistaken. I hope to investigate Floor B further. There are still several rooms I haven't visited.
Okay, okay. You don't have to tell me your life story. See ya.
Their conversation ended as they reached the door and stepped through it. Alright, what should I do?
Tonight's that eclipse, remember? What a way to end 2028, huh?
Of course. I need to get the rest of that story out of Tenmyoji. Words were scarcely out of my mouth before I set off at a dead run down the hallway and toward the infirmary. Huh? There's nobody here. The room was completely empty. I edged forward and peeked around the partition. There he was, Tenmyoji, who was standing next to Quark, apparently oblivious to my presence, looking down at something in his hand. A picture? I must have made some small noise because he suddenly looked up, saw me, and hastily shoved the photo back into his pocket. What was that? It was a photo of something, right? Is it yours?
Forget it. It's got nothing to do with you.
But all of the stuff we had with us when we got grabbed was taken away. Why were you hiding it?
Why should I tell all of you about one measly photo?
Anyway, where's Luna?
I asked her to leave. I wanted to be alone with Quark for a bit. So, why are you here?
I wanted to hear the rest.
The rest of what? What the hell are you talking about?
I'm talking about that simulated manned mission to Mars. We heard that recording about it.
I don't have any idea what you're talking about. I'm getting old. Memory's not what it used to be. Seem to be forgetting a lot of stuff lately.
Hey, nice try, pal, but you're not getting away with it this time. You remember something, all right. You remember so much you told me it'd take way more than 10 minutes to tell it all.
You really sure you want to know?
Huh?
Maybe I'll tell you, and then you'll regret it. Maybe you wish you'd kept your fool mouth shut. Just think about all the hopes you've got for the future, and all the happy memories of your past. What if what I have to tell you makes everything you've ever believed ring hollow, and the whole world just crumbles around you? You sure you want that?
Hey, come on, you don't need to threaten me.
This isn't a threat. I'm being honest here. Are you really, truly prepared?
Well, of course. I never got the chance to say I am. Before I could, Fi exploded into the room, her face a mixture of anxiety and fear.
Good. There you are.
Did something happen?
Alice is...
She's dead. Of course, now we know it really wasn't Dio that killed her.
Look, just come with me, all right? She's in the number 2 cabin.
Without waiting for a response, Fi spun around and ran back out of the room. Temyoji and I exchanged a quick, confused look, then leapt up and took off after her. Yup. First thing I saw when I stepped through the door was the blossom of red on her chest. Felt as if I'd walked straight through into a brick wall. I stopped short, my body refusing to move. I forced one shaking foot forward, then the next. My legs began to buckle, and I put a hand against the wall to steady myself as my heart thundered in my chest. Calm down, calm down. This looks pretty bad, but you don't actually know anything yet. Yeah, that's right. Maybe it's not too late. No, it's too late. Last, I pressed my fingers to her neck, and those hopes were dashed. No pulse. Clearly she wasn't breathing either. Her pupils had dilated hideously, making her face seem somehow inhuman. It's not true. Yeah, she's dead. I noticed that all the blood must have distracted me, but now I saw there was a scalpel buried in her chest. Judging by the position of its handle, she had been stabbed through the heart. I felt a sympathetic twinge of pain in my own chest, and my stomach lurched. Bile and hopelessness rose up in my throat. I stood, hands balled tightly into white-knuckled fists, and took a deep breath. All around the room were the rest of the Nonary Games participants, except, of course, for Quark. I wanted to ask which one of them had killed her. Even if it had been one of them, though, there was no way they'd answer. All I could do was stare at each one of them in turn and asking myself, is this person a murderer? The looks they traded with one another suggested that I wasn't the only person wondering if they were standing next to a killer. An unsettling silence filled the room. Clover was the first to speak.
Who did this? Say something! Answer me! Please, Clover, calm down. We don't even know if she was killed. Then what happened? An accident? You think a scalpel just dropped from the ceiling and stabbed her?
Cool it, kid.
You did it, didn't you?
Are you nuts?
Then who did it? Who killed her?
Clover, even if we assume that she was murdered, that doesn't necessarily mean the killer was one of us, does it?
Wait a minute. You went into the AB room with Alice during the last round, didn't you? Something happened in there, didn't it?
No, nothing happened.
Don't lie to me! There's no way Alice would just run off like that! She wouldn't leave me! Something happened! If she was going to leave, she'd tell me! She...
Yeah,
Hey, Clover.
unfortunately.
Don't you think just assuming Alice was murdered is jumping the gun a little bit?
How can you look at her and say that? Scalpels don't just stab people all by themselves! Oh, I see. I get it now. You're all in on it, aren't you? It wasn't just one killer. It was 6! No wonder you're so anxious to say this wasn't a murder.
Clover, please, just settle down.
Fine. Show me some proof then. Prove to me in 10 seconds that you didn't murder my friend, or I'm going to kill every last one of you bastards!
Oh. She might get the axe out of the rec room and,
You're all going to die just like she did! 9, 8, 7, Clover! 6, 5, 4,
Clover!
3, 2, 1!
So this would normally be a lock, but, now we know. Those infected eventually develop a powerful urge to commit suicide. Yeah. Suddenly, Clover moved. I leapt forward and clamped my hand around her wrist.
What are you doing?
Clover, listen to me. Alice wasn't killed. Nobody murdered her. She took her own life.
What? No. No. There's no way she'd do that.
It's true. She stabbed herself in the heart with a scalpel.
All right. Where'd she get the scalpel then?
From the infirmary.
I did hear someone come into the infirmary right after the AB game ended.
Was that before I showed up?
Yes. I got up to see who it was, but they were already gone.
Mm-hmm.
It could have been Alice.
So she could have taken the scalpel then.
Yes, I think so. You're lying! This is all a lie! It has to be!
It's not. It's the truth.
Then why did she do it? Why would Alice kill herself?
She probably didn't have a reason.
What?
She'd been infected with Radical 6. That's what killed her.
But you just said she killed herself! Just tell me the truth!
I am.
Prove it! Your 10 seconds ran out a long time ago. So if you don't have any proof...
I do. I have proof. There was a journal in the lab, wasn't there, Kay? Show it to me.
Journal?
It would have been in the safe.
Huh. Well, Alice would have it then.
Fi, can you... I don't feel right touching a dead woman's body. Could you take a look?
Sure.
Her hands barely shook as she quickly searched through Alice's clothing. It was only seconds before she stopped. Slowly and carefully, she drew something out. There it was. Journal. Fi turned to hand it to me, but I shook my head. You read it. It's in Latin. I can't make heads or tails of it. She cocked an eyebrow at me and flipped the small book open. When she looked back up at me, it was with both suspicion and surprise.
Yeah, it is Latin, but translating this is impossible. It's full of words I've never heard before. I can barely understand any of this.
Page 216.
Huh?
Turn to page 216. You should be able to read that one. Fi's frown deepened, but she did as I suggested. I watched her eyes quickly scan the page before looking up at me with renewed suspicion.
Yeah, I can read this page. How did you know? No, wait. How did you even know there was a journal in the lab?
I just knew.
You just knew.
Look, just read it, okay? Clover wants to hear what it has to say. Right?
Yeah.
Right. Give me a moment to look it over.
After a few moments of whispering to herself in Latin, Fi began to translate, paraphrasing the contents of the journal. Radical 6 reduces the processing speed of the brain by a factor of the root of 1/6. One of the symptoms of Radical 6 infection is an overwhelming urge to commit suicide. Research has shown that it would probably respond to the right sort of antiviral medication, but no one has been able to develop one yet. Nearby towns are filled with the corpses of people who took their own lives. The uninfected have only barely managed to survive and have been sent into underground shelters supervised by the government.
Oh Lord, please Please, let their future be a bright one.
Fi shut the journal with a soft slap. A sickly silence drifted through the room. The newspaper article, the recording, the conversation with Tenmyoji, and now this journal entry. There was no more hiding from the truth. The pandemic had already happened. All of Clover's rage suddenly dissipated, and she collapsed to the floor, tears pouring down her face. None of us had the heart to say anything, and for several long moments the only sound in the room was Clover's sobs.
We've got a problem. It's almost time for the primary doors to open.
Yeah, only 10 minutes left.
Sorry, but I'll be taking Alice's bracelet. Vi and I won't be able to open the secondary door without it.
So she was a magenta pair, just like me.
Just now noticed that, did you?
As he spoke, Dio grabbed the bracelet off the floor and dropped it into his pocket.
What color is your bracelet, Luna?
I'm a cyan pair.
You are part of Clover's pair, then. That means the two of you will need to come with me.
I guess so. Come on now, Clover. We need to go. Alice would want you to survive, wouldn't she? You'll never be able to figure out why all this happened if you stay here. Please. You're right. Alice, I promise I'll find out what happened to you. I'll figure out who Zero really is. I mean, if you'd never been locked up in here, you never would have... This never would have happened. So it's like Zero killed you. I promise. I'll avenge you.
Clover stood up and rubbed her hands roughly over her eyes, smearing tears across her cheeks. Then with a determined frown, she strode out of the room.
All right, we're out of time. Move, people.
You guys head on down to the Floor B warehouse. We'll catch up with you later.
Oh, right. Quark's got the yellow bracelet, which makes him your partner, right?
Yeah, can't exactly leave him behind.
Without him, we'd end up stuck in the AB room.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let's go. We'll see the rest of you once we've picked up Quark.
Very well. Until we meet again.
Quark, you're awake!
Yeah, I just woke up. Hey, where's everybody else?
Oh god. Quark.
Tenmyoji's entire body shook with emotion as he drew closer to him. He cautiously laid a trembling hand on the boy's shoulder, almost as if he were afraid Quark would disappear in a puff of smoke the moment he was touched. When Quark proved to indeed be corporeal, Tenmyoji let out a cry and threw his arms around him.
What's wrong? Are you okay, Grandpa?
It's nothing. Nothing's wrong. I'm fine.
But...
Quark gave him a puzzled look. Tenmyoji didn't even notice. His face was a mixture of happiness and relief. I could see tears twinkling from the wrinkled corners of his eyes. All traces of his usual gruff stoicism had vanished. I didn't want to interrupt such a happy reunion, but we were running out of time. Still, Tenmyoji deserved a few minutes. I left him alone. At last, Tenmyoji seemed to recover and shifted from an embrace to a protective arm around the shoulder.
So, how are you feeling?
Feeling? Well, okay, I guess. Was I sick or something?
No. You're not sick. If you feel fine, then you're fine.
Huh?
I'm sorry. I should never have gotten you involved in all this.
What are you apologizing for?
Sorry.
You're doing it again. Are you sure you're okay? So, where's everybody else? Mr. Sigma's here, but he's just been standing there looking kinda silly.
Gave him a nervous smile and explained about the white doors. I got the feeling Tomyoji didn't want Quark to know about Radical 6, so I avoided any mention of it. Alice's death was something I also left for later.
Okay, that makes sense. That means I'm on a team with you guys, right?
Right.
So, these white doors, when are they gonna open?
Well, we've got about 4 minutes until the primary doors open.
Oh, that's not good. We need to hurry. Come on! How do we get to the Floor B warehouse?
Okay, we're going.
Follow me.
Chromatic doors have opened. 5 minutes remain until chromatic doors close.
You're late. Where the hell have you been? Quark?
You're awake.
And fully recovered, apparently.
I am also relieved to see you well again.
Me too.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
I looked out at the others from behind Quark and held a warning finger up to my lips. There were a few momentarily raised eyebrows and some nervous coughing as everyone suddenly fell silent.
Huh?
From Quark's perspective, it must have seemed especially odd.
Anyway, there isn't any time left. We need to hurry.
But there are 3 doors.
Which team goes in which door?
All of the doors are identical for this round. I believe it doesn't matter which team uses which door.
Then we're taking the one in the middle.
Why that one?
You want a kill shot, you aim for the center. You're more likely to just miss the extremities.
That logic is flawed and more than slightly disturbing.
Perfect for Dio.
Unfortunately, I don't really have a counter-argument, so center door it is.
I suppose we could go with the one on the left. Is that okay? I mean, we could go with the other one if you want.
Kay and Clover only nodded.
Well, there's only one left.
The door on the right.
Any objections? All right, let's move.
30 seconds remain until chromatic doors close.
Hurry it up, Vi. This thing's gonna close.
I know.
It's time we were going as well.
Right. Sure.
Come on, guys, there's no time to waste.
Right behind you.
Let's go.
2, 1, 0. Chromatic doors closing.
The director's office again. You know, I don't think we've actually seen what the third one is, because one of them's a security room, one of them's the director's office. What's this place?
Probably the office of whoever it is that's running this place.
It said director's office on the door.
So this might be Zero Senior's office.
Maybe. Or maybe not.
Well, which is it?
Why the hell would I know?
We should look around. If this really is Zero Senior's room, there might be some clues.
Yeah, you got a point. Let's get started then. Is this the first time I've been in a puzzle room with Quark? I think it actually might be. Because he's usually, like, not around for round 2. Well, I should say, this is the first time I've been in a puzzle room with him where he's been, like, conscious. Hey. What do we have here? I haven't seen a computer this old in a while. Something on the screen. Is it a lion eating a hamburger? I really don't think so. I think the lion's got 2 heads. Looks like a monster from Greek myth or something. It's like, looks like the thing asking for an ID and password underneath the lion. Huh. Keyboard also doesn't seem to be working though. Guess we can't enter anything then. Oh. Keyboard doesn't work, so can't do anything with it. Never mind. What's this? Checked it out earlier. I think it's just a business card holder. Business card holder? Yeah, it's a file where you put business cards. Got all these weird shapes in the back. I think maybe if you line them up in a particular way, you'll get some sort of hint. In one business card and another, you can swap their positions. Oh, I have no idea what this is. Okay, so alphabetical order doesn't work. Never mind. It's actually something else. I might actually be able to figure this out, actually. Because, like, these two go together. Wait. No, I have to remember it's flipped. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So this. Like K-O-O, maybe. Well, it could also be... No, I think that's K. E, maybe? 3K. Maybe that isn't a K. Ah, no, wait. No, that's not it. Maybe that's a 4? Three, 4, 0, 0. Three, 4, 0, 0, KB3? Three, 4, 0, 0, K B3 maybe? I don't get it. You don't have enough information. Yeah, I might have to get something else. Need a key for this. Diamond-shaped something. Get a diamond-shaped key. Okay, that just goes there. What's this? A training machines you see on late night infomercials. It's a facial recognition device. A what? You put your hands on either side and you hold and face in front of that lens. And it checks your face against whatever it's got in its database. Oh, huh. How did you know that? I'm in the salvage business. Every so often one of these babies shows up. Doesn't look like it's turned on. Yeah, nothing happens when I put my face in front of it. Something to the right of the lens looks like a keyhole. If we had a key for it, you think maybe we could turn it on. I assume so. A balloon? You want it, Quark? I don't need a balloon. I'm a kid. Really? How old are you? I'm 20. Aha. There's a screen built in credenza. Starting up, please wait. What is it starting? Beats me. You won't do squat if you mess with it right now. How about you have a look at something else? Yeah. So we've got this thing. This is brandy. Perrin's 200-year-old reserve. Tell that just by looking at it? I can smell it. It's some nose you got there. Here, just let me have a taste. I don't think so. Yeah, we probably need this for something. So it says HO on the front? Anything on the other side? Huh. Well, putting expensive brandy on the coaster didn't seem to do anything. Laser beam just went right through it. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Keep frying with that laser, you're gonna ruin the brandy. Pull it out of there right now. There's the safe. Globe. Hey, globe. You look kind of weird. I think somebody glued a piece of paper to it. Let's see if we can get it off then. Oh. It was an actual globe. It was just a map taped to a ball. Okay, so some dots with some lines connecting some of them. Okay. Not sure what that means, but fine. It's good stuff right here. Yeah, you already told me that. 200 years is pretty impressive, though. Yes, it is. Then again, it's even older than that by now. Maybe it's gone bad. It's probably just like water now. I should drink... No. Nice try, buddy. The bottle has red paint on it. Wait, is there anything else in here? Oh, okay. Suit of armor. Well, it's not a full suit, it's just missing the helmet. Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and just call it a suit of armor. Anyway, it's got some red paint on the neck and shoulder area. You sure it's paint? Could be blood. Don't say stuff like that. Being in a room with a headless suit of armor is creepy enough. Well, we could take the little spear. It's a really short spear, though. The tip head on, it looks kind of like a diamond. Diamond, huh? Interesting. And a slingshot. Not the most impressive weapon, but it's simple as hell and won't jam like a gun. Okay. What is this thing? Those vacuuming robots? It's like a machine of some sort, but it's not turned on. Let's see if... Nope, no luck. Nothing. Might as well give up. Yeah, let's get to look at something else. Come back later. This is cheap brandy. Alcohol this bad shouldn't even exist. So I think it's best if I dispose of it. I'll be taking that. Well, I admit I can't be sure. It's hard to really judge a brandy until you taste it. A bookshelf with some paint inside it, and a tablet. It's a tablet. Does it work? No, there's an empty slot in the back. It needs a battery, yeah. Might be able to turn it on if you find a battery. Okay. Coaster's green. Looks like there used to be a bottle on it. Historical Adventure Saga. 3 volumes. Okay. Literary analysis. Analyses. If it does, we're screwed. I think I'd have starved to death before we got through all 4 of those. And then 3 philosophy books. I flipped the first one open, my brain just said, screw this, I'm out. Oh, it says L. Weird. Can't get to this part over here. Huh. Red paint on the wall. Looks like there's an outlet right next to it. Why would somebody put an outlet this high up? I think you're supposed to insert something into it. Okay. And then there's this thing. Really big safe. You're hiding something that you really don't want people to see, like some video? I'm not sure I like the way you said that, Tenyoji. Yeah, it's not gonna open. Circular input panel on top of the handle looks like one of the pressure exchange chambers doors. So if we do the same thing we did then, click the yellow guide ring, other rings appear points you can draw lines to. One of these two rings to draw a line connecting to your class 3 pairs. Lines should not overlap. Okay, so connects to this. These two, this one, and these two. These two. These two. These two. Well, this is easy enough. Oh, no, you can't. I think you have to do this. Are those not the right ones? Orange. Oh, this has connected this one. It's these. This has connected to this one. This has connected to this one. Okay. So. Ah, no, wait. No, so you can't do that because then you can't get that one out. problem is that we need to get this one to this one. But these two both have to connect to ones in the middle. So how do we get... This has to get to here. This has to get to here. If we didn't have these pathways, then the obvious choice would be to have this one connect through this. This guy would go over here. But that green one's in the way. Wait, maybe that is the green. Hold on. I think I may have gotten these mixed up. Okay, yeah, I was getting the colors. I was not seeing the colors correctly. Alright, you two. What the hell is this? Is Zero just making fun of us? Deer's looking at me, Grandpa. Buck up, it's just a fake. So there's a binder in the safe. It's got 2 pieces of paper in it. Okay. Well, I think first, I'm guessing... Yeah, I'm guessing this guy goes here. Paint on the deer and the wall behind it looks like it fits together. Hard to tell what it is from here, though. Look at it from another angle. Bob, Chris, John, Tony, Ian, Michael. Oh, the women are Christians as well. Carol likes being on the left, Anne prefers to interview Bob, Ellen would like to be below Anne, Sophie likes to be on the very right, Kate likes to be next to Michael. Well, I think Bob, Chris, John, Tony, Ian, Michael. Bob, Chris, John, Tony, Ian, Michael, I think. Tony, Ian, Michael. So, like, this one is probably... I mean, I guess it doesn't necessarily have to be O and O, but... Well, let's look at the other clue. Carol likes being on the left and prefers to be Bob. So... We'll look at these two first, because these are two we can use in relation to each other, because Anne prefers to be near Bob. Ellen would like to be above Anne, so probably Ellen, Anne. If Carol likes being on the left and that one is taken, then Carol goes down here, where she already is. Sophie likes to be on the very right. Kate likes to be next to Michael. So, Kate, Sophie. I think this is right. It looks like the other side. Maybe the shapes look like something now. Book 334. Ah! BOOK 334. Got it. Book, I know what a book is. My guess is that means four goes here, and one of these two maybe goes the other way. Oh, I don't think you need to move the books around anymore. Remember the back of the book says book 334, so if that meant to arrange the books in order 334, oh, yeah, I guess I already did that. I wasn't sure if I'd need to flip those around, though. So, what does that mean for this part, though? I mean, it was a 50-50 on whether those were right or not, but I guess there's also this. I was going to try and pop it, but I guess I can't. I could also try putting the cheap brandy here. Look, laser's bending around inside the bottle. I made a parallelogram. Okay. I guess the other one goes here? All expensive brandy has some red paint on it. Something to do with the red section of the wall. Maybe it's part of the letter. It's an H? And then that is an I. Parallelogram. Still can't do anything with this. Did we get any other papers? No, just the business cards. That's not related. Oh, right. Open this thing. It opened. There's something in here. It's a key. Okay, where does this key go? Maybe into this? Light top turned on. Looks like you managed to turn it on. Well, why don't we give it a face to look at? One of ours? Yeah. Damn, none of our faces work. Face not recognized. Gender mismatch. What does it mean by gender mismatch? Maybe it's saying it needs a girl? There's only 3 of us and none of us are women. Well, maybe if we dress... No! You dress up then. No, just thinking about that is making me want to puke. So, yeah, that's not gonna work. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe. Did you have an idea? Well, it can't hurt to try. Yeah, definitely worth a shot. As long as he had that in his pocket. It's a piece of paper. No, it's a picture. Oh yeah, I remember him looking at that in the infirmary. I guess it's worth a shot. Whoa. It's like we're in the villain's secret lair. Didn't think that would happen. Also, what would have happened if, like, Tenmyoji hadn't had that picture, or we'd had a different group of 3 people that were all guys? It's the recognition worked. Yeah. So who is this girl? Hey, stop. She's just a girl. Oh. Oh. We've already seen her after all. Her name is Akane Kurashiki. I've been looking for a long time. Oh no. She's his first love. No! Oh no. Yeah, I know who this is now. You carry that picture everywhere. I don't think I've ever seen you leave it somewhere. And when you do think anybody's watching, you talk to it. I've seen you do it. Didn't mark you for a hopeless romantic, Tenmyoji. Look, it's not about love, and I'm not a goddamn romantic. Okay, okay. You don't want to talk about her, I get it. Oh no. So that means, oh, at the beginning, oh. That's real sad. Hey, you get the helmet, so... Supposed to be pretty tired, Tenmyoji. All the excitement can't be easy for someone of your age. Why don't you just sit down for a bit? So all I need the likes of you worrying about me. That's so. Well, I think I'll just have a seat then. What's that? I think it's an eye watching. No, it's a bullseye. You shoot the thing at it. Don't be an idiot. You've already got what you need. Use the slingshot to... Well, hold on there. You actually have something to... Oh, yeah, I guess I don't. With mind bullets? It's called telekinesis, Sigma. Is that a reference? Anyways, I figured that'd slip your mind like everything else. Here, I grabbed this off the floor earlier. Take it. Oh, this is the key we use to start the facial recognition device. Thanks, man. I guess I don't have to use my special psychic powers after all. Here goes. Nice aim. Got it right in the center. Anyways. That suits him. Yeah, it's, E, I think? H-L? H-E-L? What is this thing? It's a lever next to the chair. Come on, it's really hard that far to figure out. You think it's gonna go back into the wall? Pull the damn thing to find out. Alright, I guess you start by sitting in the chair and pull the lever. Here we go. P. Help. And there's the battery. I don't need to be looking at this right now. I can take care of it when I get back to the other... Oh, yeah. Pull it again, the chair should turn back around. Yeah. tablet on, something showed up. You did it! Good work, Sigma. Take a look at the screen. Yeah. What's this? Looks like the password for the safe. Now we can open it. We never used this part, though. Changed. That looks like a puzzle. It's a silhouette called a tangram. You rotate the triangles and squares to get the shape you need. Pressing rotate move button will allow you to switch between move and rotate mode. You can rotate a piece by dragging it while in rotation. Dragging while in movement mode will move the piece. Once you've made the shape you want, check. Yeah, okay. Okay, so it's not supposed to be a square. Oh, it's supposed to be a parallelogram. A second. You can do it, but hold on, I need to check something first. So it's got a there's a section in the middle. It's not immediately going into a okay. Yeah, it needs to be like flatter, and there needs to be a longer section in here. So oh wait, I can also rotate these. I forget that I can rotate them. Eh. Come on, there we go. We have to make the part in the middle like this. Or something. I'm not 100% sure. This is hard to get right. Maybe not. Maybe it goes flat like this. So the area of this is 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's a 16 area. Then we need to make it so that a parallelogram would have... hold on a second. I'll be right back. Okay, actually, I will be back in a few minutes, so just bear with me for a bit. Alright, thanks. Alright. Man, I am not good at these kinds of puzzles. can't have it be this high, because then it's literally just translating it. I wish there's a button you could rotate instead of just using the mouse. It can't be this high, I think. Maybe it can. It doesn't fit. Doesn't fit that way anyway. There's no other real way to do it. No, you could do it this way, I suppose. No, it's still... You know what? I'm gonna come back to that one. Because I'm pretty sure this is gonna be for the gold one, and I'm already missing one, so I'm gonna have to come back to the one in the infirmary anyway. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna... Here, you should, yeah. I guess Tenmyoji's not going to take that picture, because I don't think we need it anymore, but... And then there's also this thing that we never really used. We didn't open this part. I'm gonna come back to this one. Moon Star Star. Just punch in the password. Moon Star Star. Opened. Good work. It's come to empty this time. Only thing we've got are the star keys. Yep. You guys take one, I'll take the other. Right, repair, so we only need one for the two of us. And the other thing is the key as usual. So we get out of here. Great, no point sitting around. Let's go. Oof. Yeah, I get the feeling that spatial Tangram puzzle, I'm always terrible at figuring out those, and I've already spent a really long time figuring out some other puzzles. I'll come back to that one at the end. Maybe I'll do like a bonus episode at the end for the couple that I missed or something. I don't know, we'll see. That's the door, yeah. Never mind. Okay, go in this one. That opens that door, lets us get back into this area. We just come right back around to these doors again.
No! Damn it!
What's wrong?
I left something in the director's office.
Oh, yeah.
What was it?
The picture. How could I forget it?
Oh yeah, we must have set it down after using the face recognition thing.
Yeah, I'm going back. You two go on ahead to the warehouse.
I want to come with you.
Me too.
Nah, that's fine. Why don't you head back to the warehouse, Sigma? The others are probably already waiting.
Alright. I'll see you two later then.
Right.
Bye, Mr. Sigma.
Watch them jog off toward the blue door. And then they were gone. Yeah. Guess I should be getting back then. Stepped into the warehouse to find all the other teams already there. Kay and Luna, Fi and Clover, and Dio. The moment Dio spotted me, he dashed over to the rightmost AB room and slid his card through the reader.
An ambidex gate has been opened. 45 minutes remain until ambidex game polling closes.
As he turned to look at me, I saw a flash of a smug grin.
There. Happy? This time I waited for you to get back before I opened it. You see? I can be considerate.
Tenmyoji and Quark aren't here.
Yeah, where are they?
I guess they forgot something back in the room we found. They ran back to grab it real quick.
And they'll be here in a few minutes. No big deal.
While we waited, we exchanged information about the rooms we'd investigated. Fortunately, none of it seemed very useful. None of us had found anything, and we were no closer to unraveling any of the increasing number of mysteries we were faced with. With that discussion exhausted, we sat down to wait. For a long 20 minutes had passed since Dio opened the door and Tenmyoji and Quark were nowhere in sight.
Don't you think they're taking a little long?
Yes, I'm getting worried. What if something happened to them?
I'll go have a look.
Then I shall accompany you.
Nah, I'll be fine by myself. It's not that far away.
Just don't look into the abyss too long, or you might become a monster.
I don't think... Okay. Look, I'm just gonna go to the director's office. I'll be right back. No big deal. Right, see you guys later. I gave a quick goodbye wave and stepped out of the warehouse. Huh? That's odd. There's nobody here. Picture's gone, though. Tenmyoji and Quark must have been here then. I laid out the floor B map. They must have taken the door that faces the warehouse. After that, they probably went through the warehouse and out the blue door to the elevator. Yeah, that's a much shorter route. On the other hand, I came through the red door, which is kind of a long way around. Huh. Looks like we managed to miss each other perfectly. Ugh. Well, this is a huge waste of time. Shoot. Might as well head back, I suppose. I packed up the map and was headed toward the door when... Huh? There was a light on where there hadn't been a light before. What? Why is that thing on? I messed with it earlier, but nothing seemed to work. I felt a sudden wave of inexplicable, nauseating dread. The light stared at me. I swallowed and edged cautiously toward it. The machine was in arm's reach now. I stretched my hand out toward it slowly, slowly.
So, you finally made it.
No, you're...
I am Zero. I was the one who brought you here. You undoubtedly have as many questions for me as there are stars in the sky. As you can see, however, this is only a recording. I will therefore be unable to directly answer any questions. Ask if you wish, but I cannot respond.
Ugh. I considered taking a swing at him, but decided that was spectacularly futile and kept my balled fist at my side.
Now, where to begin? There are many things I wish to tell you, but unfortunately, our time is limited. As such, the information I can provide is also limited. I have chosen two things of great importance to tell you. First, I will tell you about termites. In retrospect, I suppose that's a rather odd thing to say. I imagine you look rather bewildered right now. Perfectly understandable. The person who kidnapped you and threatened you with death is lecturing you about insects. I suspect it hardly seems fair. Nonetheless, this is very important. In a way, it will determine your fate. So I ask that you listen carefully. Have you ever seen a termite mound? They are splendid structures. Some might even call them works of art. Termites are natural architects, and their mounds are both structurally sound and make excellent use of space. So, are they following some sort of plan as they build? Are there termite blueprints, detailing which room goes where? No, of course not. Each termite is simply an oblivious cog in a tremendous machine programmed by millions of years of termite DNA. It is doubtful an individual termite has any idea what its contributions are helping to create. But a human does. We can appreciate the elegant forms of their alien cathedrals. We can see the simple beauty of their perfect functionality.
Still not quite sure where you're going with this, but okay.
We can understand the splendid planning of their structure. In other words, only an intelligence of a higher order can understand the beauty of what the termite builds. Now, consider humans. Why are we alive? Why do we love and give birth? Why do we create? From where do our cultures spring? There are many theories, but no one knows the truth. We are oblivious cogs in a tremendous machine programmed by millions of years of human DNA. No doubt you see now what this analogy is supposed to illustrate. Yes, I mean to say humans are not different from termites. We trudge through our lives with no greater understanding of our ultimate goal. You might say we don't understand what we're building. Only an intelligence of a higher order than ours can understand what we're doing. Imagine how we might look to such an intelligence. We may be building some structure so perfect and elegant, we can't even perceive it. Whatever it is, we've likely been building it on a dimension just above the ones we know since time immemorial. If we are like the termites, then what we've created is almost certainly something of tremendous beauty. And you are about to catch a glimpse of it. Or have you already?
What?
Well, that's enough on that subject, I think. Consider what I've said. Now, let's move on to the
Okay,
second topic.
so we've been captured by a crazy person. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
It is somewhat more immediately meaningful to your life, and, in fact, the lives of several billion other people. I realize this is rather sudden, but I have a password for you. It is the password to disarm the bomb, numbered 1.
What? How do you know this? What are you... What? I thought Dio planted those.
Are you ready? I will only say this once, so pay close attention. The password to disarm the number 1 bomb is BQZ RGJ DXR.
BQZ RGJ DXR. I had no idea what he was talking about. What bomb? Was he saying there were bombs too? If he guessed at my future confusion, he showed no sign of it.
That is the last of the information this message was meant to convey. Before I go, however, I have a warning. You cannot tell any of your companions what you heard or saw here. If you do, you will be penalized immediately. I hope we will meet again someday. We would have much to discuss.
Damn it, you can't just spout all that crap and disappear. I found myself yelling at empty air. The hologram had disappeared. Ugh. What kind of an idiot does he take me for? You know, it's funny. Yeah, it all fits together now. Termites, other dimensions. How could that have anything to do with kidnapping us? Not this part, something else. I kicked out at a nearby shelf.
10 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes. All players, please enter your votes. If no vote is recorded before the deadline has passed, any non-voting parties will automatically ally.
I need to get back. Not like there's any point staying here. I spun around and ran out of the room toward the warehouse.
Grandpa! Look! Mr. Sigma's back!
Took you long enough.
Where are the
In
others?
the AB rooms.
They went in already.
Yep.
Why didn't you two? You been waiting for me?
Yeah! Grandpa said there was something he had to tell you before we voted, no matter what.
Oh?
Nothing that significant. Just wanted to tell you we're going to choose Ally this round. That's it.
And you had to tell me that no matter what? Seems kind of pointless. I mean, words are cheap. You can promise whatever you want.
True, but we've got something to back it up. Just hear me out.
Okay, go ahead.
Quark and I both have 8 BP. We're already on the home stretch. So what do we need to get to the magic number? Well, we need you to choose Ally. If you do that, it doesn't really matter to us what we pick.
You get to 9 whether you got 2 or 3 points.
Exactly. That being the case, we don't have any reason to betray you. And if we both choose Ally, we both gain points.
true, but you must have considered that I'll choose Betray. That would mean you'd choose Betray to protect
But
yourselves.
that's why we're telling you we won't choose Betray.
Mm-hmm.
Can I trust you?
Of course.
Alright, tell me one thing. Let's say we do this and both ally. Everybody gets 2 points. That means you and Quark will have enough to leave, which is great for you. But I'll be stuck with a measly 5. How do I know you weren't going to just open the number 9 door and leave us in the lurch?
I can guarantee it.
How?
I can give you my word. I will not open the number 9 door, even if I have enough points to do so. I swear it. We aren't going to abandon everybody else just so we can escape.
I swear too. I promise.
Man. So all you've got is a promise, huh?
When I make a promise, I keep it. Trust me.
Please! You've got to trust us!
Alright, fine. I'll trust you.
2 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
We're counting on you, Sigma.
You gotta choose Ally! You promised!
With that, they turned and ran to the AB room, second from the right. Well, guess I should get moving. Well, if I'm right about what I think I'm right about, they are 100% going to choose Betray.
One minute remains until Ambidex game polling closes.
I had a decision to make. Should I trust Quark and Tenmyoji? Well, I could believe they were telling the truth and still betray them. That would bring my BP to 6. I'd be that much closer to 9. And choosing Betray would guarantee that they wouldn't try and escape without the rest of us. Betrayal seemed like the safe bet, but...
Please! You've gotta trust us! You've gotta choose Ally! You promised!
Tenmyoji I could betray easily enough, but Quark? What the hell was I gonna do?
10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I think this is a bad idea, but...
Round 3 of the Ambidex result. Thank
Yeah,
you,
results.
Ambidex game.
Announcer's notes are always the same.
Results from round 3. Please direct your attention.
Mm-hmm.
Points have been assigned or subtracted accordingly. Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet points.
Find it interesting that Kay picked Ally. And that Luna picked Betray. That had to have been Clover. What the hell, guys? Why'd you betray
Quark
me?
had nothing to do with this. I made the vote.
Grandpa.
Alright, fine. Why'd you break your promise, Tenmyoji?
I only promised you one thing. We wouldn't open the number 9 door, even if we got 9 points.
What? So, you're not gonna leave?
Not what I said. Of course we're going to leave.
What?
Look, see Clover over there?
Don't tell me. Yeah. Well,
Oh no.
She's...
That bitch!
Wait. Quark and Tenmyoji have...
The words were barely out of her mouth when Tenmyoji and Quark ran past.
No! God damn it!
Clover, are you really going to leave? Well, yeah. Why else would I open the door?
But why?
I'm going to go call the others, so we can capture Zero Senior.
Tenmyoji, are you and Quark going too?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Sorry, everybody.
So, Sigma, happy? I kept my promise. Clover opened the door, not me.
Like hell I'm happy. Some shady shit, Tenmyoji.
Say so. I have to get out of here, and that's that. He's got to pay for what he's done.
He?
Zero.
You mean you know who Zero Senior is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Point keeping it a secret now, I suppose. I know exactly who Zero Senior is.
What?
The number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9 seconds.
Let's go. Come on, guys. Time to move.
Right.
Oh, wait! This is for you, Mr. Sigma.
Quark held something out. I looked down to see 2 pieces of folded paper. What's this?
It's a letter. I wrote it in the director's office before the AB game. I wanted to tell you what kind of guy Grandpa is. So, read it, okay?
He pressed it into my hand.
See you later, Mr. Sigma.
Then he turned and ran toward the door, Tenmyoji and Clover following in his footsteps. I was so surprised by the letter that I didn't even try to stop them, before I could think of anything to say.
See you.
Goodbye.
The number 9 door has closed. This ends the nonary game. Thank you for your participation. As the game is over, all doors other than the number 9 door escape is not possible.
Right.
Please enjoy your stay.
Shit! They're gone.
All we can do now is hope they bring help back.
Indeed.
I agree.
I looked down at Quark's letter, slowly unfolded it. His handwriting was still slightly uneven, but he'd filled both pages with writing. I began to read. It was a really stormy day when he found me. He said the rain was coming down so hard it almost hurt, but somehow he managed to hear a baby crying. I guess I must have been crying pretty loud. He took me home and did his best to raise me, but he'd never been married or had a kid before, so I think it was really hard for him. He couldn't figure out how to mix the formula, so he was always carrying the directions around with him. Also, I guess I was a pretty picky eater, so if he didn't get the water to formula ratio just right, I wouldn't eat it. Guess I was kind of a pain, huh? But he didn't give up, and now here I am. When he found me, I was really, really small, and he was worried that I might not make it. That's why he named me Quark. Quark is a really, really small thing, and I was really, really small too. Grandpa didn't need to worry, though, because it turned out that I was pretty tough. When I was 1, he forgot I was sleeping in the bed of his truck and drove off. I rolled out and went off the back, but I didn't even get scratched. I started walking when I was 2, and when he wasn't looking, I fell down the stairs. I didn't get hurt then either. Okay, buddy, you kinda got really lucky about this kid. When I was 3, I got really sick. I had a super high fever for a week, but eventually I got better. I guess you could say I'm pretty lucky. Anyway, I didn't really have any more accidents after that, and I was a pretty healthy kid. By the time I was 6, I'd started helping Grandpa out with his work. His job was to gather junk from abandoned buildings. Then he'd fix it up or pull out the useful parts and sell them. There were plenty of abandoned buildings, but finding good stuff in them was hard. You had to know which parts were useful, or you could end up wasting a bunch of time. Every time I'd find something, he'd explain to me what it was, how it was supposed to work, how to fix it, all sorts of things. Usually, though, I just wanted to finish up work so I could go to the theater. The theater came to our town once a week in a wagon. They'd show old news or movies. They went every single week, but Grandpa only went once in a while, and he'd only go weeks when they showed movies. Oh yeah, I didn't know that I'd been adopted until I was 7. One of the other kids on my block told me. I guess after Grandpa found me, he looked all over town to try and find somebody who'd take me. A kid from my block actually had a mom, and he'd asked her if she would take me too. Gotta admit, I was pretty shocked when I heard that. There weren't a lot of kids with parents around, so hearing that someone lived with his actual mom was pretty impressive. I was also kind of surprised that Grandpa had tried to get someone else to take me. Did they mean he didn't want me? The kid who told me about Grandpa trying to get rid of me was a real jerk. He was totally spoiled, and he'd brag to everybody about how he had a mom. He liked to come up to me while I was working and say stuff like, "Must be hard not having a mother." Never bothered me before, but after I found out that Grandpa had adopted me, I started to think that maybe he didn't really want me. If I could work on my own, then he could get rid of me. I was scared to know the truth, so I never asked him. Then one day he took me to a bar in our neighborhood. During the day, of course. He went there sometimes to drink scotch, but I'd never gone before. When we got in, he just walked up to the counter with that grumpy look he has, and I thought, oh no, he's gonna make me work here. But I was wrong. I saw him pass something to the bartender, and then he picked me up and set me down on a stool next to the counter. The stool was pretty high, especially for a 7-year-old kid, and my legs just dangled off of it. It seemed really, really high to me, and I was pretty nervous. Eventually, the bartender came back over with a glass of scotch and another big glass full of something else. As I looked closer, I realized that the second glass was full of some sort of brown liquid with a scoop of ice cream in it. It took me a minute to realize what it was, a root beer float. I'd never seen one before. I was so surprised. Root beer was even more expensive than the nicest alcohol in the bar. Really? To me and the other kids, it seemed more like an urban legend than a real drink. But there it was, right in front of me. I stared at the float. I still wasn't sure it was real at that point, and then turned to look at Grandpa. He looked back at me. I didn't know what to do, so I turned to the bartender. He'd already turned around and moved off, though, so I figured he must have put the glass down in front of me on purpose. It still didn't seem like it could be real, and I was just staring at it when Grandpa told me to hurry up and drink it before the ice cream melted. His gruff voice sounded like an angel's. "Is this really mine?" He nodded. Words can't describe how awesome it was. I'd never tasted anything like root beer before. The creamy sweetness of the ice cream made my entire head feel light. I felt like the luckiest boy in the whole world. It's not an exaggeration, I really thought that. The root beer float was delicious, but what made me even happier was Grandpa. When I looked over at him, he was smiling. I know that's gotta be hard for you to imagine, but he really was. Right then, I didn't care whether he'd just found me and adopted me or not. He'd bought me a root beer float. That made me way luckier than some kid who had a mother but had never tasted root beer. Okay, I'm not sure where the story is going, but, alright. Of course, after we left the bar, he was the first kid I bragged to. So Grandpa and I were doing pretty good. Till the fight. I was in a super bad mood that day. I'd torn one of my shoes that morning, and some old drunk guy had yelled at me. All the junk I found was totally useless. The day was almost over, and I was fed up, so I just grabbed some random trash and took it back to the house. When I showed what I'd found to Grandpa, he frowned. He started going through each thing I'd brought back, explaining why they were all useless. I got really mad and just yelled, "I don't care." Then he got mad and I couldn't take it anymore, so I ran away. I was pretty upset, and I started thinking that maybe Grandpa had only adopted me so he could raise me to work and make money for him. After a while I went and hid in an abandoned building, but by then I'd started to calm down and think that maybe I should go back to apologize. It started raining pretty hard though, so I decided I should wait for it to stop. But that was just an excuse. The truth was that I was nervous. Part of me knew I'd done something wrong, but I didn't want to admit it. The rain didn't stop though, so I just sat there staring out at the gloomy gray sky. Imagined Grandpa coming to get me. It kept raining all night, and he never showed up. I gave up waiting and decided it was time to go home. I was about halfway there when I heard somebody groaning. First I thought I should just ignore it and not get involved, but I went over anyway, and it was Grandpa. He was totally soaked, and I could tell right away that he'd been there for a really long time. I yelled, and he opened his eyes a little bit. He smiled weakly and said he was glad I was safe. He'd spent all night out in the rain looking for me. I felt awful. Grandpa had been out in the rain looking for me so long that he'd collapsed. It was horrible. He'd heard me crying in the rain, but I hadn't heard him. As I ran to get the doctor, I promised whatever God might be listening that if they would only save Grandpa, I'd never ask for another root beer float ever again. He got a real bad fever and his temperature wouldn't go down for days. The doctor said that if it kept up, he'd die. If he died, then I'd be all alone. There wouldn't be anybody left to care about me. The thought of that happening terrified me. Fortunately, I must have passed some of my luck on to Grandpa, because a week later his fever finally broke. I was glad he wasn't going to die, but I was also a little scared. What if he had decided he didn't want a stupid kid like me around anymore? My plan was to apologize as soon as he woke up, but when the moment came, my brain just stopped. Grandpa started to talk, and it took me a minute to realize he was apologizing. I didn't know what to think. He explained that he was an old man and that meant he was probably going to die sooner rather than later. He was strict with me because he wanted to make sure I'd be able to make it on my own after he was gone, but maybe he'd been a little too strict. All of the things I'd worried about had been stupid and selfish. Grandpa cared about me a whole lot. He'd been worried when I ran off and he'd gone out into the rain to look for me. I tried to apologize, but when I opened my mouth, I just started crying. I don't think I've cried that much since I was a baby. But he just smiled and patted my head. I asked him if he'd ever regretted adopting me. His eyes got all wide and he said, "Of course not." He told me that he was looking for a really important lady, and because of that he'd had to give up on pretty much everything else in his life. But when he took me in and started raising me, he felt like he'd gotten some of what he lost back. That was when I decided I'd stay with him forever, even if he said I couldn't. Surprised they didn't say it. Also, I'm pretty sure that those credits are slightly different because I'm pretty sure that Zero Senior's voice actor didn't show up in the previous ones. I think they've been adding them as more of characters with the voices show up. I think the operator guy's voice also wasn't there before either. Well, anyways. That's Tenmoji's story. One left. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these are just bad endings. So, I think it's time to hit this one. We've got 4 bomb passwords now.
You got it? Hook it up. Okay, hurry it up. Plug in the password.
Done. Oh,
Calm
right.
down. You probably just typed it in wrong.
No, I'm sure I did it
Try
right.
it again.
It's a different password.
Then it's different. All 3 bombs use different passwords. Shit!
Slammed her foot against the locker, her face uncharacteristically twisted by anger and frustration.
This is bad. What the hell are we gonna do? Try and remember it. Did you see or hear anything in another history that could be a password? A different password?
You mean, like a different history from the other one I remembered?
Yeah, you figured it out there. You just can't remember it very well right now. Remember what happened with the last bomb? This one is just like that.
Mm-hmm. Another history. The password. Do I know what it is? Can I remember it? I have to... Yep.
Damn, this is crazy. So you did know it.
Mm-hmm. Guess so.
Don't scare me like that, alright?
Come on, it's not like I was hiding it. I just couldn't remember it at first. Then it just kind of floated up. Or maybe it drifted down.
Whatever. Point is, we disarmed the thing. Amazing.
You sure don't sound very amazed.
Okay. That just leaves us with the last bomb. It's in
the garden.
Right. Let's go take care of it while you're on a roll with these things.
Make it sound so easy.
Well, don't just stand there. Let's go!
She spun around and was gone. I gripped the input device tightly and headed off after her.
Finally. The last one.
Yeah.
How many minutes left?
Less than 10.
It's okay. We can still make it. Just stay calm, alright? You have the input device?
Yeah. There we go. Connected.
Okay. Go. We've
Go.
done this twice already. Do you really need a third pep talk?
You want me to remember another password, right?
Exactly. What else would I be talking about?
Sorry about that. Anyways.
Don't sweat it. You did great the last 2 times. I'm sure this one will be a cakewalk. 3rd time's the charm, right?
That's not really how that's used. I'm just worried that lightning's not going to strike twice, or thrice in this case, I guess.
No, I think mine still works. There's nothing to suggest the 1st and 2nd times aren't charmed, too.
I guess so.
Whatever. Just do it. You're the only person who can.
What about you? You can jump to other worlds too, right?
Yeah, but I can't remember things as well as you, alright? I'm doing the best I can, but either I haven't seen the stuff you have, or I just can't remember it. Maybe we've been going to different worlds. Anyway.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
I'm counting on you.
Password. Yep. Come on, lightning can strike twice, or even 3 times. You can do it. You did it twice before. Come on. Open the door to your memories. Stuck on that okay. Feels good. I haven't felt this satisfied in ages. It's like my whole brain is just swimming in endorphins. I feel like it's just going to melt and dribble out my ears. This is, without a doubt, what heaven feels like. Honestly, I feel like I could fly right now. Hell, I almost wish there was another bomb so I could... Oh, Sigma, why did you have to say that? Isn't this great? Oh, hey, I didn't even know somebody was in talking. Thanks for joining us, Alex. Phi? Hey, what's going on? You're really harshing the vibe here. Would it really kill you to smile? I just saved everybody. Oh, also, not that I need it or anything, but it sure would be nice to get a thank you or something. Oh, thank you, Sigma. You're the greatest. You're so awesome. You know, if the thing that I think I'm thinking is right, that's, oh man, that's even worse. You even listening to me?
I am. You said you wish there was another bomb, right?
Well, I mean, I don't really...
I hope you're happy. You're going to get your wish.
What?
I remembered something too. Just a glimpse.
Mm-hmm.
We must have confronted Dio about the bombs. I'm not sure how, but we got him to tell us about them.
Exactly. I've planted 4 bombs. They're the ones numbered 1, 2, and 3. But there's also one more. Bomb number 0.
I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. Suddenly I remembered it too. I'd heard Dio say those very words in the 4B warehouse. No. No way.
Looks like you remember it too.
Yeah.
How much time do we have?
4 minutes.
Well, hurry up! We need to get to the 0 bomb.
Right. I yanked the input device out of the bomb and turned to chase after. What are you just standing there for? Go, show me where the bomb is.
What? Are you telling me you don't know where it is? You have got to be kidding me!
The hell would I know where the bomb is? Oh shit, you don't know. She bit her lip and nodded. Damn it. What the hell are we supposed to do now? can't deactivate the bomb if we don't know where the damn thing is.
Calm down. Just calm down. You need to think, Sigma. There has to be a clue somewhere. Pretend you're Dio. You need to hide the bomb. Where would you hide something important?
Hide something important.
Right.
Hide. If I was Dio, where would I think I know. Because it's something he always does. Every time, he's the first one to be a dick. Scan his card.
Sigma, wait! Where are you going?
Don't follow me. Go find the others.
Idiot! Do you really think I'd do that?
I could hear her following me, but there was no time to argue. Instead, I focused on my goal. There's still time. He wasn't just being a dick for no reason.
Here?
Oh. Yeah, it should be between these AB rooms. Good. I was right. How much time do we have left?
About a minute. Hurry!
Shit. I'm hurrying as fast as I can. The input device was plugged in. It's ready to go. Now I just had to enter the password. But what was the password? I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd already used up my third time charm. Still, I had to try. Shook my head and concentrated. Easy as 1, 2, 3, 0. Stop.
Yeah.
Phi and I crumpled to the ground. The adrenaline that had sustained us suddenly gone.
How did you know it was here? Did you see it in another history?
It's hard to explain. The short version is that Dio hid something here in another timeline. Oh, right. I thought it was like maybe he'd put it in his AB room because he was always the first one to scan after the second round. So, the reason why he always scanned first was to make sure that he always got that room so that no one else would ever find it. But, yeah, this also works.
Pretty good guess. Well, you did it. So, thanks.
Oh, I don't need any thanks. Just
what?
Not that. God damn it, Sigma.
What? What on earth are you talking about?
Chromatic doors have opened. 5 minutes remain until chromatic doors close.
Oh yeah, there's still that.
This is bad. The white doors have opened. We need to hurry. Everyone else is waiting for us in the Floor B warehouse.
What about the swims?
What the hell are
Damn
you
it.
going on about?
Damn it, Sigma.
Just go!
Before I could protest, she turned and ran toward the magenta door. I sighed and headed off after her. I ran into the warehouse to find everyone else already there. They'd done as Phi asked and brought the 3 unconscious members of our party back to the doors. Fi and I shared a quick glance, then headed over toward them.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm so glad you're safe.
So, did you disable the bombs?
Yeah. Could have done it in my sheep. My sheep?
Don't you mean in your sleep?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Good job, you guys.
No need to thank me. Although, I mean, if you insist, I... Sigma, you gotta stop, man. I think there's something you maybe don't even realize.
What? Huh?
You're disgusting.
1 minute remains until chromatic doors close.
We need to hurry.
Everybody know who's in their group?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right. Then let's move.
At Tenyoji's command, we broke off into our teams. Kay carried Quark on his back and dragged Dio along the floor and through the white door on the left. Clover and Luna carried Alice through the door on the right. Tenyoji, Fi, and myself ran through the center door.
10 seconds remain until chromatic doors close. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Chromatic doors closing.
Yep. Welcome. Return to Q. What the hell? There's nothing here.
Well, there are doors. The one we came in. And that one, which I'm assuming is the exit.
Yep, figures. Won't budge.
The plaque on the door just said Q.
Q. The hell's that supposed to mean? It's, you know, 17 plus 9.
Really? Now someone's just being a smartass.
Okay, yep. That if it wasn't already confirmed before, that definitely cinches it.
Huh?
Nothing. Maybe the Q is for question.
Yeah, a reference to, hopefully everyone who is watching this has either, you know, played 999 before or, you know, has watched my previous set of videos on this, but, yeah, it's definitely a reference. It's a very questionable room.
If there was a deck of cards here, maybe the Q would be for Queen.
It's a quality guess right there.
Right. Well, we need to get out of here. Let's find a way to get the door open.
We also need to find the star keys.
So wait a minute. Okay, never mind.
I've got enough BP to open the door. You guys need to play the AB game some more.
Yeah.
Still need a few more points.
If we can get those star keys, we should be able to play the AB game as many times as we need to. So...
It's just a matter of time until we get the points we need.
Right.
Well, let's get started then.
Good.
Okay.
Okay, what are we supposed to do here? The room's empty. Wait, do you hear something? much you want to bet it has something to do with that. Guess we should go have a look. There's just literally nothing else in this room, is there? I think this cube is just floating here. How the hell is it doing that? Who knows? Can't tell just by looking at it. Why don't you touch it and see if anything happens? Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's... Huh? 1. Okay, so most of these are zeros. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3, 3, 2. Something here? I don't understand what's going on here. Oh, look at it, huh? Cube, look at it again. Try this side, maybe? There are winning and losing panels on the wall. The cube can help you find the winning panels. When the winning panels and only the winning panels are highlighted in cyan, the system will activate. Winning and losing panels on the wall. The cube can help you find the winning panels. When the winning panels and only the winning panels are highlighted in cyan, the system will activate. Here's how to find the winning panels. When you click on a panel on the cube, it will display a number. Each surrounding panel will also display a number. The number indicates the number of winning panels that border each panel. For example, so it's like crazy Minesweeper. Okay, so a 3 means... Okay, so that includes the panel it's on. So for example, this one is 2, this one is 2, this one is 2, but this one is 3 because it includes itself. This one's 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay. The hint that appears on the cube is different for each side. Yeah. Hypothetically, if the wall with the exit is the north wall, then the east wall, which would make the wall of the entrance the south wall, and the wall to the left, that would be the west wall. That would mean a hint that appears on the west side would actually refer to the east wall, while a hint that appears on the north side would actually refer to the south wall, and the hint that appears on the east side would refer to the west wall. So does that mean they're opposite, or they're on the other side? Adjacent walls don't provide hints for one another. Each hint is specific to that wall. That means that if there are winning panels on the border, those panels will not be reflected in the initial panel. Okay, that's important to note, because I was wondering if it was like, oh, maybe it continues around the side. There are a total of 8 puzzles in the walls. Click the floor to view this message one more time. After that, it will be gone forever. Oh. Okay, hold on a second. Let's go back to this first one. Wait, no! God damn it. I didn't click on the floor, damn it! Yeah. No, Yeah, this is the one I wanted. I think. Wait, no, this is a different one. Okay. Okay, so there aren't any on the first 2 rows. God, I'm gonna have to like... One, 0, 0, 0, 0. 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. Because all the rest of these are zeros, right? Yeah. Three, 4, 2, 2, 1, 1, 0. 3, 4, 2, 2, 1, 1, 0. 4, 4, 3. 3, 4, 3. 1. 4, 4, 3. 3, 4, 3, 1. 3, 3, 2. 3, 4, 3, 1. Ah, damn it. 3, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 1. Three, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 1. Okay, so for this one, I guess I can move this down a little bit. Would make this a lot easier. Oh man, how do I start piecing this together? Well, if these are ones, and these are all zeros, so that means none of these so if none of these are, because zeros, hold on, 0, damn it. These are zeros. That means this isn't 1, this isn't 1, this isn't 1. So if all of these are 0, so if these aren't 1s, then for each of these to be 1, all of these have to be. And for this to be a 4, this one also has to be. Which means for this one to be a 3, this one has to be. For this one to be a 2, 1, 2, so not this one. This is 4, and we know this one isn't, so that means we know this one is. And for this one to be a 3 in the corner means that this one also has to be it, because that's a 4. Yeah, so 3. Okay, so it's no these 7. And then this one isn't, this one isn't, this one isn't, this one isn't, and this one isn't. For this one to be 4, all 4 of these have to be. Which means for this one to be 3, these 3 have to be set up. And for this one to be 4, this one also has to be it. For this one to be 3, 1, 2, 3. So this one isn't. Because this one is, and that covers that 1, 1, 3, 4, 4, 3, 3, 2. So that means that one isn't. So for this one, it's these 7, and it looks like these 6. So that was, let me make sure I clicked on the right panel. So that was this one, right? 3, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 1, 4, 4, 3, 4, 3. Yeah, it's this one. Okay, so that means the hell? Interesting. So that's how this one works. Looks like there's more of them. We should keep looking. And then these 6. Oh. Fun. You get to solve a puzzle in order to solve more puzzles. Oh boy. Okay, so there are 4 books here. You can look around more by exiting zoom mode and returning to the normal view. There are 4 books here. You can look around more by exiting zoom mode. Oh. What the heck is this ridiculously huge thing? There's a screen down here. It looks like this is the only part you can actually interact with. But it's dark, there's nothing on it. There are some card slots, so we need, oh, polling machines in the AV rooms. So that means we need to put some memory cards in here. Hey, do I still have that blue memory card from 10 other timelines that's important? No, probably not. Okay, so roll the 6 dice to move them where they need to go. The direction of each side of each die must match a specific pattern. Choose which die you would like to move by clicking it. You can roll it vertically or horizontally by clicking or dragging the mouse using the arrow keys. Oh god, do I need to remember the... what was it? Do I need to remember the solution from the other time I had to do this puzzle? Because if so, I'm gonna have to go back and, like, do that again. Hold on a second. Huh, I can't figure it out. What about this? Seems to be a small version of a transparent cover in it. Okay, so there's a blue memory card here. Roll 6 dice to move them where they need to go. You roll it vertically or horizontally. Because I remember it was... like 314? Hold on. No. Like that. No. 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 It's like 314265652, I think. I think it was something like this. Or was it 652 or was it 625? Or maybe it was 413. No, I think it was 413 is what it was. And actually, now that I think about it, I think the 3 was the other way. Wasn't it? I can't remember now. I think it was. So maybe it needs to be... Okay, yeah, I think the 3 was that way, and the 2 was that way, so... Oh no, the 6 was... Six was the other way too. Does that need the 6 needs to be the other? Maybe the 6 also needs to be. Yeah, I think the 6 needs to be this one. Okay, I'm pretty sure this was how it looked. And it's still not registering anything, so I don't think that's... maybe that's not it. Clues around here. Yeah, maybe I have to find another clue that says how I'm actually supposed to solve this. Instead of trying to remember, like, a solution from, like, 20 hours ago. Looks like 4 purple books. Let's go through each one of them. There's nothing written here. The pages are all blank. Yeah, there's nothing here. It's a bookshelf arrangement thing. Is there something in that one? No, the pages are all blank. It's just what? Well, there are some pictures put in between the pages back here. 3 of them, it looks like. Oh, you found a picture of a blue dye, a picture of a green dye, and a picture of a red dye. Aha! Green dye, red dye. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, no. This will be way easier. So 5, 3 is I'm guessing these have to be lined up as well. And this is looking at it from this perspective. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, no, that was 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 7, 5 is 1, 3, 2. Wait, no. This is the other way. Oh god, it's hard to write like this. Actually, if I just know the numbers, they should line up, because you can't have... As long as you know it's 1, 3, 2, and 5, 1, 4, they will only go one way. You can't have 5, 1, 4 and 5, 4, 1 on the same die. So as long as this is a 1, 1, 3, 2. And then the green one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 1, 3, and 5, 5 is 6, 4, 2. Red 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Oop. 4, 4. 4, 1, 2. And 6, 5 is 3, 6, 2. Okay. Okay, so 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 1, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 needs to be over 1. Damn it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4. So that's in the right spot, but needs to be turned. Let me see if the other one goes into that more easily. There we go, okay. So that one's there. 7, 5 is 1, 3, 2. Wrong one. 1, 3, 2. Okay. No. Okay, 3, 4. You know what? Let's do the red ones first, since they're all already kind of in the way. 4, 2, 1. Or 4, 1, 2. On this spot. No, I keep checking the wrong thing. Yeah, 4, 1, 2. And then 6, 5 is 3, 6, 2. 3, 6, 2. And that's actually in the right spot, I think. 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so now we just need these two. 2, 1, 3. Damn it. 3, 4 should be 2, 1, 3. But this one is 2, 6, 3. Let me see if it goes in the other one better. 5, 5 is 6, 4, 2. 6, 4, 2. Yeah, so I think this one is the one that goes in here. Wait. Wait, I don't think that one was right, because that was a 6 on the side. Oh, maybe only the tops had to be the same. Maybe it didn't have to be all 3 sides. Good job. Have a look at this. Hey, it opened. So I get a memory card. Yay! I may have been trying to super solve something more than it needed to be solved. Well, whatever. I got it done. So put the blue one in. Yeah, it's probably nothing's gonna happen until I get the other two. Yep. Alright, so that was this face of the cube. Let's go back to this face, because this one was actually pretty simple. There's 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 3. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Because these are all zeros, which means that none of these are actually so it's just these three right here, because that's 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 1. How is this one a 1? Zero, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2. Oh, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so that's 2, 3, 3, 2. So, yeah. So that's 2 of them solved. Now this is, oh, it's this pattern again. Something's missing, like what? This thing's pretty big. Something behind this cover looks like a motherboard, must be a computer. Can't click on anything else, can I? So I probably need something else before that'll activate. Alright, let's look at this side. How am I gonna do that? Can I push this back in? Okay, so so this is the only one. So this one has to be 1. These 2. So these 3 are 1 section. Is there anything else? Okay, these 2 and these 3. Oh, I see. You can get behind them. Okay. And then these 2. So I think this, yeah. I wonder if we can just solve all 4 of these first. Because, again, I think there's going to be nothing in the top half. There's just one right here. And then another group over here. So 1, 1, 1. Oh, it's the thing from before. 1, 2, 3, and 1. It actually gave us the answer in the example. And then this one right here. Okay, so I think that's all 4 of these sides. Unless there's a top part, then that's it. So now we gotta solve this part. So, it's a binder. I can't open it. And a red memory card. Okay. So, now we have to solve this part. Change the correct ones to clicking the hexagons and triangles. You only have 5 moves to complete this puzzle. Yeah, I have done these puzzles before. This is like the... I mean... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? No, that's not it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. That would have been too easy. This flips those 2. This flips those 2. imagine two of them have to be either... Two of them probably have to be either these, or these, or these. Like, there's something that flips these once. So, like, if you did these two... Wait, hold on a second. First of all, I think I need to figure out what, like, actual pattern I need to make. I'm guessing it's... It might be... Because it might not be the same pattern as before. Because maybe just all of them need to be red? In which case, that... No. That. No. Okay. Got it. Okay, that must be the answer. Look, these two panels open because they're all red. The other doors are open. Well done. Some good work, Sigma. It's a binder. Let's have a look. There's only a single piece of paper in here. It says Q Chamber Special AB Game. You found the instructions. I found the instructions for the Q Chambers AB game? Really? Hints for the AB Game Q Edition. 3 people will definitely choose Ally, 3 people will definitely choose Betray, 1 is a mysterious mirror man who will always do whatever his opponent does. First answer, strive for 9 with 6 cooperators. Second answer, we must be the only ones to surpass 9. Interesting. Put the red card in. Now we do this other one to get the... I guess this is the safe, and this is probably something that'll, yeah. Might as well leave it alone for now. I think I've seen something like this before. Oh, you mean one of those exercise machines where you twist your hips around? No, I don't think so. This doesn't look like a fitness machine to me. Yeah, the other thing was, yeah, there's nothing on it. It doesn't do anything when I touch it. It doesn't see a button or a card slot or anything. Yeah, and this one doesn't look like a fitness machine. Kind of ruins it when you take it so seriously. This is, yeah, I know what this is. Damn it, I can't remember. So, I think first, though, we have to solve this. Those missiles? They're darts. Look over here. Yeah, here's the green memory card. We can't get it out, though, because there's glass covering it. I think we can get some darts out, though. Okay, I'll grab a couple. 3 darts. Bunch of tiny sidewinders, huh? You know, the ones they mount on the underside of fighter planes. These aren't missiles. They're darts. Oh, yeah. Non-Regame Ambidex Edition. But I think first we have to do this, which, oh man, I had some fun with this one before. It's a dartboard. I remember seeing this before. Come on, who hasn't seen a dartboard before? No, that's not what I mean. I feel like I've seen it somewhere in this building. Wait, are these all ones that we personally haven't done before in this run-through because they were in ones that we did in different run-throughs, so you can't possibly solve this without having done the previous rooms? Although you couldn't have done it anyway because you would, to get to this far, you probably need to know all the codes. So, yeah. This game is just playing with me at this point. It's just this board is different from a normal dartboard, yeah. Let's try it out. What do you mean try it out? Isn't that obvious? There's only 2 ways to use a dartboard. Either you use it to hold pizza, or you throw darts at it. You've got some darts, don't you, Sigma? Maybe you could try throwing them. Yeah, I could. Oh, I have to get a score of 100 with 3 darts. However, the first dart must land in the green, the second must in the blue, third in the red. So, green, blue, red. Drag and release the dart in the area where you'd like it to land. That's weird. I could have sworn I'd seen these darts before. Okay, yeah, whatever. Time for some darts. So, green, blue, red. What do we have here? We need to add up to 100. And currently the biggest number we have is 42. So, if we're going to have 3 darts, then 42... if we had 42 and 39, that would make 81. So the lowest number I can have in 3 of these is 19. But I can't have 42 and 39 because those are both green. So the biggest number that isn't green I can have after 42 is going to be 33. So 42, 33, which leaves... that's 42 plus 33 is 75. 42 plus 33 is 75, but so the numbers have to be at least 25. Each of the 3 numbers has to be at least 25 for 3 of them to add up to 100. But you can't even do that because there's no way to make a triple or a double that adds up to 25. So... in fact, you can't do 3 triples because 3 triples will never add up to 100, so you're going to have at least 1 double. And if they all have to be at least 25, then the double probably has to be either 28 or 26. So, basically, one of these has to be used. So if I did, like, the green one, for example, the red one would have, well, I have to do 14 times 3 is 42. If I use the red one, which is double, is 26. That means the blue one would have to be... but that's not going to work. 42 plus 26 is... 42 plus 26 is 68. So the blue one would have to be 32. Which just have to be 16 times 2. We don't have a 16 on the board. So if it was green, and this one was blue, then we just need 33, which is red, which is 11 times 3. Yep, got it. Piece of cake. See that? My dart skills are undeniable. Yeah, I saw it quite clearly. It's very nice. Do you really think you had to stand the whole 2 meters and 37 centimeters away from the dartboard, though? I'm a fair man. My high school voted me most likely to be a judge, you know? Okay, okay. It's great and all, but look, see the display case? Yeah. It's open. Great, now we get that green memory card. Well, yeah, let's pick it up. Gonna have to pull out all the stops on this job. You sound like you're in a heist movie. Should I have worn a catsuit? No. It just threw up a little. Besides, everybody in a heist movie wears a sweet suit. Yeah, sure, whatever. Alright, so we got the green one, we got the red one, we got the blue one. Time to put those 3 in. So look at that. Looks like you turned it on. Alright, I get the feeling we're gonna need this bit. 3 will choose ally, 3 will choose betray, basically one's gonna pick the one that you pick, presumably. He will always do whatever his opponent does. First answer, strive for 9 with 6 cooperators. Second answer, we must be the only ones to surpass 9. Okay. So first answer, strive for 9 for 6 cooperators. Yeah, because you can't, if 3 of them are gonna choose betray, you can't get 9 with all 9 of them, because basically, as long as these guys pick Betray, you're gonna, yeah. Okay, us, A and B are all pairs consisting of 2 people, C, D, and E are solos consisting of a single person. First move the pairs A and B to the blank areas on the left under pair. Next move solos C, D, and E to the blank areas on the left under solo. You can move them by sliding the letter icons. Pair and a solo aligned vertically with VS between them will face off against one another in the AB game. You can still move icons even after you place them. Once the opponent has been selected, the game will begin. Choose the vote for US pair, either ally or Betray. The results of your match will be displayed along with the results from other teams. If the correct number of people reach the target VP after playing 3 rounds, the game will be completed. Okay, so, I don't need this part anymore, because we're done with that. Don't need this either, because we've solved all of those. I get the feeling, we'll just try this out first. And I guess I pick ally. Okay, so I picked ally, A picked Betray, B and E picked Betray. So what happens if we do it again? We just keep doing the same thing. Oh, I see, because that gets us 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, no, that gets us 6. Or do we have to get 6 people with exactly 9 points? Or are we also not allowed for people to go negative? Maybe that's also part of it. So basically, so A betrays. Somebody on A betrays. Hold on a second. So the first round we did was we picked Betray. A and E picked Betray. B, C, and D picked ally. So if we stick A and E against each other, so we actually literally just do this 3 times. Because we know these 3 are gonna pick Betray every time, and this guy's gonna pick... One of these 3 is gonna be the one that... so that's the simple one. Now there's one where it says only we get 9. I wanna try to get this one. Because I think I kind of get how this works. Password to the safe. We did it. This should get us into that safe. Yeah, but... Hold on a second. I gotta figure out who's... Okay, so who's the mirror? C. So maybe C's the mirror. What if we put C in the other game? In the other side? Oh, I see. C doesn't... Okay. So if I do this... So C was the mirror, so you basically just had to stick him with the betrayers at some point. Alright, that wasn't too bad. So, sun, star, star. Yeah, plug in the passwords. Good job, you opened it. Well done. And then we do the other one, which I'm gonna have to remember. Sun, star, moon. Alright, it's open. What we got here? Let's see what's in here. First off, star keys. Yeah, play as many times as we want. Sure, hold on. Those keys are important, but look at this. 2 copies of Excelavir? Radical 6 cure. Oh, thank goodness. I don't know what to say. Quark is gonna be okay. Is he crying? Alright, let's get out of here. We need to get this stuff to Quark and Alice. Yeah, you're right. This key should do it, the trick. This key found in the safe. Let's get moving. Yeah, but what about these things? It's blank. I don't see any buttons. And this thing that also doesn't do anything. That's weird. Would have expected to have used those two for something. Anyways. Door's locked. Says lock. You guys ready? All set here. Go for it. Alright, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3. Stop that! Jeez, one more time. 3, 2, 1. Locked. Alright.
Huh.
It's kind of funny that, like, I actually had less of a problem with that than trying to figure out a couple of the other escape rooms. Which I will go back and do those at some point.
It opened.
We should get back to the Floor A warehouse then.
Yeah, but wait. Did you guys hear something?
What?
You didn't hear it? It came from over there. Sounds like something turning on. See, I told you. The screen wasn't on before.
You're right. Guess it was set to turn on when we opened the door.
It looks like an authentication screen. I think we need to put in an ID and a password.
Yeah, but what?
That was when I noticed the illustration. The lion is eating the sun. The lion is eating the sun. The lion is eating the... Memento Mori, remember death. The ninth lion ate the sun. Oh, of course. This was the real ninth lion, but if that was the case... Okay, now I gotta remember, which one did I use before? Because I think I've got 2 of these. Was it? I think I used this one before. So I don't think this is it. It's not this one. Which means it's... I think it's this one. Yep. Well, I think Tenmyoji's about to freak out. If he saw me putting that
Sigma.
in.
Look!
Or he's about to freak out, yeah. Like Alex said, or more commonly known by his first name.
Akane.
Yeah.
Her name is Akane Kurashiki.
Yeah.
I've been looking for her for a very long time.
Yep. He walked toward her. Slowly, carefully, almost as if he was afraid of scaring her away, he reached out.
She's a hologram.
Sorry, Junpei. He squeezed his eyes shut.
Akane.
He closed his hand around empty air and let it fall to his side. There was a moment of sad silence, and then she began to speak.
I see you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Well, I suppose that's slightly inaccurate. What you see now is a holographic message I recorded before you came here. Unfortunately, this means I will not be able to answer your questions, at least not directly. I hope you will understand. Now, where to begin? You probably have a great many questions. What day is it? Where are we? Who is Zero? And what does he have to do with Akane Kurashiki? But I imagine there is one question that rises above all the others. Why were we brought here? The answer to that is simple. Everything that has happened here is part of our plan. All of this was required for the success of the AB project. I assume you've heard the name by now, at least. In any event, you were all needed in order to execute our plan. The Nonary game was necessary for the same reason. Your question now, I imagine, is just what is this AB project? The answer to that is also simple. Allow me to explain. We created the AB project for one purpose: to transport the consciousnesses of two people into the past. Those two people are you, Sigma, and you, Phi.
Huh. You mean the past? The moment the words were out of my mouth, I realized no one there could answer the question. Not Phi, not Tenmyoji, and certainly not a pre-recorded hologram.
Have you figured out what this room is? I assume you saw the Q on the door. It stands for quantum. That makes this the quantum room.
It took me a moment to realize she'd changed subjects without even pausing. There was nothing we could do, of course, but I still felt a twinge of frustration.
Take a look at the rear of the room. Do you see that large enclosure? That houses our quantum computer. The systems that control this entire facility run on that machine. That includes the construct you refer to as Zero Jr., as well as the golems. All of them do their thinking in that box. Isn't that strange, though? It seems contrary to how we perceive the world. The body, the thing that you see and interact with, is somewhere else. But the mind and all its thoughts are in this box. Perhaps it isn't so strange, though. Perhaps humans are the same, with our minds and thoughts existing separate from our bodies. Our core is in our head, of course. We all have individual brains, think individual thoughts, and act according to individual wills. That makes communication difficult, though. So, we're forced to rely on inefficient mediums, like language, photographs, non-verbal cues, etc., to transmit information. Each one of us is an individual, and we have no direct connection to anyone else. But, is that really true? In the dimensions we are most familiar with, yes, it is. If we look at things from another higher dimension, however...
Yeah, this is one of the kind of the key concepts of this series.
We may all be connected after all, like the branches of a tree, or a rhizome. Imagine a horizontal cross-section of the root system of a large tree.
It's like when we scanned the rainbow root earlier.
All you can see are the spots where the roots intersect the plane of your cross-section. In the 2 dimensions you see, the roots all appear to be individual things with no connection to one another. But this isn't the case. If you expand your view and look at the root system in 3 dimensions instead of only 2, you see the truth. All the roots join together at the trunk. In 2 dimensions, they appear to be separate. But if you look at the roots from a 3rd higher dimension...
Yeah, you know, good old morphogenetic fields again.
You see, things that might appear to be separate from one another in 3 dimensions could be connected to one another if you look at them in 4 dimensions. Doesn't that at least seem like it could be a possibility?
I mean, I can't really say no because I can't exactly look into the 4th dimension, so... you asking me?
I believe that is how human consciousness actually works. Well, I'm not the only one, I suppose. Zero and I share that belief.
Morphogenetic field theory.
Tim Yoji mumbled something that sounded like nonsense. I opened my mouth to ask him what it meant, but Akane was already talking again.
Now, when I talk about a 4th dimension, I'm referring to the 4th dimension used in Minkowski space-time. Let's start with a single dimension, where all that exists is a point. Connect points to one another, and you have a line. In 1 dimension, the only surface you can create is that, a line. But move to 2 dimensions and create more lines, and you can create shapes. These are 2-dimensional surfaces. Move up to 3 dimensions, and you can connect these shapes to one another and form 3-dimensional objects. Now you have a 3-dimensional surface, which encompasses a volume of space. Connect 3-dimensional objects to one another, and you formed a 4-dimensional object, which encompasses a volume of both space and time. It is on that 4th dimensional axis that our minds are connected. If that was true, then what would prevent anyone from sending their consciousness backward or forward in time? That theory is the foundation of the AB project. The A represents after, and the B represents before. It probably sounds silly to you. A ridiculous story made up by a bad old woman. But look at what's happened to you. You've seen many different worlds and timelines, haven't you, Sigma?
I love that she calls him out directly.
And what about you, Phi? I know you have too. Am I wrong?
Yeah, this is a good song.
Tenmyoji should know what I'm I believe you experienced something very similar nearly half a century ago.
Mm-hmm.
You sent your consciousness to the past to help save a little girl's life. It was a long time ago, but perhaps you still remember.
Yeah, of course I do. How can I forget? That little girl was you, Akane.
Suddenly it felt like Fi and I were outsiders, trespassing on something we had no right to see. Tenmyoji's face was taut with emotion as he looked into Akane's eyes. Seemed almost like she was looking back at him.
Now, unfortunately, my time is up. The final stage of the project will begin very soon. I need to go prepare. The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me. I'll be waiting.
Huh?
One last thing. The cat in the box. Is it alive? Or is it dead? Sigma? Phi? You will decide its fate. Goodbye.
Wait! Akane, wait!
Oh, Tenmyoji. I can almost see you. You don't need to worry. Everything is going to be okay. I will see you again one day. I promise. But I'm going to have to ask you to wait just a little longer.
Wait. Akane!
And then she was gone. Tenmyoji collapsed to his knees, his back hunched and shaking. I saw tears land on the white-knuckled fist he pressed against his thighs. I kept quiet. What was there to say? Fi and I looked at one another and nodded silently. With a shaking hand, Tenmyoji pulled a photograph out of his pocket. It was a picture of a girl. After all that we'd been through, her smile was enough to break your heart. We made our way to the warehouse on floor A and met up with the others. It took only a few minutes to decide to head to the infirmary. As soon as we arrived, we began to treat Alice in court for Radical 6. I gave Luna the Excelavir that I'd found in the Q room. She quickly prepared it and... injected Alice and Quark.
Thank goodness. It will take some time for them to recover completely, but they should be fine. Good.
Indeed.
Thank you, Luna. And thanks for finding the medicine, you guys. Thank you so much.
Don't sweat it.
No need to thank us.
Tenmyoji said nothing, just walked over to Quark's unconscious body. He took the small boy's hand in his own and held it tight. I could see tears at the corners of his eyes as he turned away from us. Suddenly I remembered Dio. Where had he gone? It didn't take me long to find him. He sprawled unconscious on the floor beneath the sink. Handcuffs?
Oh, we found those in the crew quarters. Before you returned, we went to check on the bomb in room 2, and we found them there.
Alright.
Of course, the bomb was indeed turned off. Thank you again for dealing with them. You are, quite literally, lifesavers. You have my eternal gratitude.
I coughed awkwardly and looked pointedly around the room. I glanced over at Fi to see if she was doing the same thing. After that, we headed back to the 4A warehouse to play the AB game. Specifically, me, Phi, Kay, and Luna. Clover and Tenmyoji decided to remain in the infirmary just in case something happened with Alice, Quark, or Dio. Luna would represent Clover's team. With Quark and Dio sleeping, Kay would represent their team by default. Which left me, Phi, and Tenmyoji. You should vote.
No, I'll let you handle it. I chose Betray in the last round. You probably don't trust me right now.
What? That doesn't matter now.
Excuse me. I apologize for interrupting, but I think you should be the one to vote in the next round fight.
Why?
You already have 9 BP. There's no reason for you to choose Betray now. You see?
Hey, you're acting like I might actually try and betray her.
Not necessarily.
What does it matter what he's suggesting? We're almost there. We just have to play the AB game 3 more times. Then we can all get 9 points. But that means each representative has to choose ally all 3 times.
Yep. It's something we could have done at the beginning, but, you know, had to get there.
Okay. I'll vote. You sure you're alright with this, Sigma?
Yeah, I trust you. I handed her the star key.
Shall we open the doors?
An Ambidex gate has been opened. 45 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
Oh, right. We have to wait for the deadline.
Oh, right.
Oh. Well, we could vote earlier, but then each voter would be stuck inside the AB room for 45 minutes.
You know, it's too bad they didn't, like, just automatically figure this out. That, like, oh, hey, well, no, wait, because some people aren't voting, that's why.
Okay, let's go back to the infirmary then.
I agree. Please, lead the way.
Yeah, it is a game of betrayal, but it's like, if you... I think I thought about this way back at the beginning, where it's like, if it wasn't for the fact that, like, people are getting murdered, or, like, you know, blackmailed or whatever, like, just playing it over and over, like, betrayal actually, like, hurts you in the long run more than it helps, because of how many points you end up with, and because of how much people are less likely to trust you. But, yeah, that's how it goes. Luna and Kay set off toward the yellow door. I was about to follow when...
Hold on. I just remembered something.
What?
The AB room on the left. In one of the other histories, she...
Oh, yeah. You're right. Kane's body was in there. What does this mean? Why didn't we find her body? Oh. Huh. Why didn't we find her body this time?
Maybe because she wasn't murdered.
But how? When did history change? You know, I've done this so many times, I actually forgot that that didn't happen in this version. Huh.
Do you remember what Akane said?
The cat in the box. Is it alive? Or is it dead? Sigma, Phi, you will decide its fate.
Schrodinger's cat thing.
Exactly.
I wonder what she meant about us deciding its fate.
Perhaps she was saying her own fate wasn't decided yet.
Huh?
The history where she's alive and the history where she's murdered are both real right now.
What? No, that's impossible. We've already opened the box. We opened the door to this AB room and there was no body.
No, we haven't opened the box. We haven't found a body, but we haven't found her alive yet either. In other words, we haven't actually observed her. The hologram was a recording from before this game started.
The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me. I'll be waiting.
Where was Akane now? Where was she waiting for us? Or what if she wasn't anywhere now? What if she was waiting for us in another timeline? Or what if she was waiting for us in the past? Was that even possible? If she was, what would that mean? Oh man. Oh, a new destination has been added to the flowchart. I was gonna say, like, wait, hold on a second. I'm pretty sure I've only... I don't think I have any other ends left. Alright. Oh boy. Aha! So now we're gonna jump back even before the beginning. Oh boy, here we go. AB room passed. Because, yeah. Because we get all the way to... Where is it? Q, put in the ID and password. Wait. I guess there isn't a thing after that. Huh. Weird. I would have thought there would have been another, like, lock or something here, but apparently not? That's weird. Anyways. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Damn it. Feels like my head's gonna explode. Wait. Where the hell am I? Looks like an elevator, but...
No. This is one of the AB rooms.
God! The hell are you? And what the hell's an AB room?
Damn. I guess you did lose your memory after all.
Memory? Memory. I remember. You're Phi. She grinned. When is
Check
this?
your bracelet.
It's red, pear. BP is 3.
Mine's the same.
Does this mean this is the beginning of the game? We've gone back to when we first woke up in the AB room?
No, not quite. I think we woke up a little earlier this time.
How do you know?
Push the buttons on the side of your bracelet.
2 hours, 15 minutes.
We didn't wake up this long before the primary doors opened last time. I think we're about an hour early.
Wait a minute. If you're right...
Yeah, Akane might still be alive. We got back before Dio killed her. I think.
Dead.
Right. We're here for one reason.
To stop her from getting killed.
Exactly.
Let's move. We need to get out of here fast.
Don't need to tell me twice. Let's go.
Well, I mean... You need to remember the password for the safe. We figured it out last time. Once a password has been found, it will never change. Going back to the past or changing timelines won't alter it. Yeah. Can we get this one again? I don't think that matters, though. Don't have time to waste on getting gold files a second time. Ah, damn, I meant key. How the hell? Just shut up and do it. Yeah. Put the key in. No need to yell. Right. Good. Looks like that worked. Push the button. Yeah, I know. Don't need to ask every time. Why the hell are you asking? Hurry up and... Right. I'm going. 10, 9, 8, 1. Done. Push the button. Get the hell out of there. Hey, you push the button. Bite me. You were taking too long. We're on a schedule here. Fine, I climbed up through the hatch and out at the top of the AB room. Took us only a moment to spot them. Kane. Behind her was Dio. He was moving quickly and quietly, a knife glinting in his right hand. Shit! There was no time to yell to her. I scrambled down from the top of the AB room. Fi wasn't following me. When I looked back, she was still standing on the roof. Fi, what the hell are you doing? Get down here and... Before I could finish, she moved. She ran across the roof, launched herself into the air. Well, yeah. What the...
He's fine. Just unconscious.
I bent down and held my fingers in front of his mouth. He was still breathing.
I don't think he saw me. He probably has no idea what happened to him.
Guy went down like a sack of potatoes.
He had it coming.
I heard footsteps come to a stop right in front of us. I looked up.
So you came. I've been waiting for you. You're here to hear the rest, right?
Wait. Just wait a minute. The hell is your deal? How can you be so calm? If we hadn't shown up just now, you'd...
Have been stabbed in the heart by this young man and died. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Although, that reminds me, I haven't thanked you yet. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate you saving me.
That... what?
Hold on. How do you know about being stabbed by Dio?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, starting to bring back a lot of memories of the previous game, including the music.
Are you an Esper too?
Yes. Indeed I am.
Mm-hmm.
I am able to jump through time, just like you.
Then what the hell were you thinking? If you knew he was going to stab you, why were you going to let him do it?
Because I had to.
What?
Think back. Why are you here? If I hadn't been killed by Dio, no one else would have been murdered. Consequently, your own abilities would never have manifested. I did explain, didn't I? The purpose of the AB project was to send the two of you to the past. Or your minds, at least. In order for that to happen, some death was necessary. When a human brain is faced with danger, its processing speed increases. Information is processed more quickly, and time almost seems to slow. A few seconds can feel like an eternity. Unfortunately, That in itself isn't enough to send oneself through time. The amplitude of the consciousness is simply too small. In order to increase the amplitude, we need to slow down the brain before the increase happens. It's a little like a slingshot. You pull back on the rubber band and then let go. The potential energy you stored in the band is released and converted into kinetic energy. That's what fires the bullet out of the slingshot. Now, while a slingshot can only fire in one direction, your mind isn't similarly limited. When the bullet of your consciousness is fired from the slingshot of your brain, it travels past the three-dimensional world and into the four-dimensional one. From that perspective, time is no longer fixed. In other words, you can travel to the future, the past, whenever you like. Your consciousness has been released from the three-dimensional cage. In order for that to happen, I had to infect you with Radical 6.
Yeah, that explains why we never dealt with the fact that this happened to me at one point.
We're infected with Radical 6?
Yes. Don't you remember, Sigma? Luna should have told you about it in another timeline.
Are you sure? Infecting all of these people with such a horrible disease?
Every single one of you has been infected. Well, apart from Luna, of course. Unfortunately, it was necessary. We needed to slow your minds in order to store up your potential energy. Then we provided a dire situation that would accelerate your processing speed. The result is what you are now experiencing. Your consciousness now occupies four-dimensional space-time. Even that, however, wasn't enough. You had the ability to travel, but your memories could easily be lost during the trip. If the project was to succeed, you had to be able to retain everything you learned in each reality. That was the reason you were forced to jump so many times. With each jump, your ability to remember improved. Eventually, you would be able to retain everything.
Mm-hmm.
That is why we made you play the AB game. That was why you had to select different chromatic doors. By forcing specific choices, we could cause you to make more jumps.
I get it. I think I finally understand. Well, okay, there are a lot of things I don't understand, but all of what you've just told me makes sense. You did all of this so that Fi and I could jump through four-dimensional space with our memories intact. Right?
Yes.
But why did you need us to do that? People have died for this. I mean, let's count how many different ways people died. Murder, antimatter explosion, suicide. I've died, so has Fi, so have you. So why would you do all this? What does it matter that Fi and I jumped through time?
Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable. You are all destined to die. Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
I already know all that. What I'm asking you is why? What is so goddamn important that it's worth all this?
Ah. I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually.
Oh, of course.
What? Just when is eventually?
In a future not very far from now.
Bullshit. That's not good enough. Why can't you tell us now? Instead of answering, Akane knelt down next to Dio and picked his knife up off the floor.
I I'm going to keep this with me.
Don't change the subject.
But it's almost time.
What are you talking about? We've got plenty of time.
No. In a few moments, you'll return to the original timeline.
What?
This is the way it has to be. Don't fight it. Logomorph.
Yes.
Logomorph?
You call him Zero Jr. His official designation is Logomorph. Logomorph, this is an order. Unlock my bracelet.
Compliance.
Now, everything is in place. I have put the bracelet onto Dio. All we have to do is place his body in the 5th AB room, the second one from the right.
That's the one Quark is in, right?
Correct. I will move him. I will also put your bodies back into the 3rd AB room. Once that's done, I will reset its puzzle to an unsolved state.
Why do you need to do all that?
To recreate the history that you remember. Your consciousness is about to leave your body and return to the future. Your body will be emptied, and your other consciousness will jump back in. If your bodies aren't back in the 3rd AB room by then, it would be bad.
Why would I have changed your other consciousness? Oh. I see.
So you're saying some version of us is going to wake up in that room and repeat the same history again? Well, I guess this could actually be our 2nd or 3rd time.
You are exactly correct. Lastly, I'm going to leave this with you.
She paused and pulled something out of her pocket. It was a small key attached to a string.
I'll tie it onto your ankle so that you won't lose it. All right, Sigma?
What's it say on there?
Tu fui ego eris.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
It's Latin. It means, what you are, I was. What I am, you will be.
Yes.
What am I supposed to do with it?
It will help you meet someone who's very important.
What?
Go. Return to the future. You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you. Now hurry.
Wait, I still... Oh, man. New destination. Alright, so what did... Oh, so it just ends. There's no lock or anything. It's like, nope. Nah, now you go down here. Yeah, the only ones we didn't do were... I'm pretty sure these are all bad ends, so...
Oh, looks like you're awake.
Is this the infirmary?
Why are we here?
Do you know what happened at the AB gate?
Kay and I went back to the infirmary, but...
We waited and waited, and the two of you never returned.
So we went to the warehouse to check on you.
We found you passed out in front of the AB rooms.
Kay and I hurried back here with you.
I looked over at Phi and met her eyes. Do you remember what happened just now?
You mean what happened a long time ago?
Yeah. You got him pretty good, huh?
Yeah, I remember all right.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Quark.
What am I? Chopped liver?
And Alice.
Back among the conscious and not psychotic, huh?
Yeah, thanks.
Grandpa told me what you did. Thanks for finding the medicine for us.
No problem. All in a day's work. Although, I wouldn't mind a little God damn it, Sigma.
Really grabbing at straws here, aren't you?
Hey, I wasn't talking to Quark. That was an offer for Alice.
Not really my point.
Whatever. Forget about that. Now that you guys are awake, all we gotta do is open the number 9 door.
Huh?
What are you talking about?
Look at your bracelet.
This is 10. I have 10 BP.
I've got 15 BP? That means I got 6 more points while I was out.
Yeah.
You've been asleep for more than 2 hours. We've played the AB game 3 times.
3 times?
Yes. Of course, the color and group assignments were shuffled around each time. But no matter who voted, everyone chose Ally.
Yeah.
And now all of us have enough to leave.
I was stunned. How had everyone cooperated long enough to raise all of our BP past 9? Was it because Akane hadn't been killed? Without a death to start things off, maybe we'd been less suspicious of one another. Or could the bombs have had something to do with it? We'd all joined forces against Dio, and Phi and I had been able to disarm all of them. All of us had banded together against a common enemy and overcome a tremendous threat. Perhaps that strengthened our bond. Which, I had to admit, would be somewhat ironic. After all, Dio had planted the bombs that forced us all to work together against him. This must have been what Akane was talking about.
Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable. Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
Come on, let's go! Let's open the door and get out of here!
Wait. What about him? After some discussion, we decided to leave Dio behind. Alice was the only holdout. She'd complained about wanting to take him back to her superiors, but after I mentioned they'd come back to investigate after we escaped and deal with Dio then, she reluctantly complied.
All right, let's get going.
Well, wait a minute. Oh, hold on a second. I'm gonna open it.
Yes, just get on with it.
Everyone else swallowed and nodded. I grabbed the lever and pulled. No, wait! Hold on a oh, man.
The number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9 seconds.
Alright, everybody, let's move. I didn't need to tell them twice. The room inside was clearly a loading elevator. It looked sort of like a large plate on top of a huge pedestal. We ran to the center of the plate and turned around. The number 9 door stood wide open.
2, 1, 0. The number 9 door is closing.
Wait a minute. There might have been something else I was supposed to do before going to this, but we're gonna let this play out for a second.
The number 9 door has closed. This ends the nonary game. Thank you for your participation. As the game is over, all doors other than the number 9 door have been unlocked.
Looks like we did it.
Yes, we should keep moving.
Beyond the door was a wide hallway that ended in a very solid wall. To the left we found a very familiar looking door. We pushed it open and went in. Pressure exchange chamber.
You know what this place is?
Yeah, sort of. This whole facility is pressurized, apparently. I think the idea is to keep the air outside and consequently the virus from getting inside. It means if we want to go out, we have to decompress so we match the outside air pressure. This room here is where you prepare for going into the actual pressure exchange room. You see all those suits along the wall? I figure we need to put those on and head to the decompression room downstairs.
Whoa! Hold on a minute! You're saying the air outside is full of that horrible virus?
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Of course, according to Akane, we were all already infected with Radical 6, so the whole room seemed a little pointless.
Why? How did all this happen?
Did they?
No, that's not possible.
We've come this far. We can't turn back now. Let's go outside. There's no way to know what's really going on until we do.
All right.
No one else objected. We all donned the protective suits and headed downstairs to the decompression room. As soon as we were all inside, the process began. Through my helmet, I could hear a soft hiss of air being sucked out of the room. We stood there for several minutes waiting for the process to finish. At last it did, and we heard the door begin to open. Beyond it was another decompression chamber. We repeated the process 2 more times before we reached the final door and opened it. The dead, bleak landscape wasn't a surprise for me. I'd seen it before in another timeline. The others hadn't, however, and although I couldn't see their faces through the visors of their helmets, I heard more than a few gasps over the radio. For a few long moments, we just stood there, astonished.
Where the hell are we?
The desert, I guess?
I figured that out. I mean, which one?
I don't know, but I think I know what day it is.
Hmm?
Look at the moon. It's red, right? That means today's the total lunar eclipse.
So?
Remember the astronomy magazine in the lounge? Well, the next eclipse like this was gonna be on December 31st, 2028. So...
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Are you suggesting we were sleeping for a week after we were abducted?
I think so.
Wherever we were must... Okay, one of you should know that that's not the case. Where we were must have been far away from any city. The air was cleaner than I'd ever seen it. And the stars, the sky was full of them. More stars than I'd ever seen in my life. I could even spot the hazy arm of the Milky Way. But the most striking feature was the moon. It was blood red and massive, much bigger in fact than I remembered it being. Then, as I watched, a black spot began to move across its surface. It was hard to see details, but it looked circular. The spot continued to move across the moon, heading for the right edge. What's that?
The moon. Well, the moon's shadow, actually.
The moon's shadow? I frowned. That didn't make any sense.
Zero told me to stay quiet. I think he was worried I'd spill the beans on his operation. He said if I didn't toe the line, he wouldn't just kill me. He'd kill Quark, too. And I agreed, like an idiot, and brought Quark with me. Just so I could see her. Such an idiot. So, that being the case, might as well start with this. I meant what I said before. That up there is the moon's shadow.
What the hell are you saying?
Think about it. If that's the moon's shadow, then what's it falling on?
That's Earth?
Yeah. It's not the red moon you get from a lunar eclipse. And again, this isn't a lunar eclipse. It's a solar eclipse. Anybody in the black spot down there is looking up at the moon covering the sun.
In other words, the whole, oh, I see. The whole, rabbit on the moon thing is,
The moon, of course.
Mm-hmm.
This is the lunar surface. We were just inside a moon base.
No way. No, you've gotta be lying.
Mm-hmm.
How do you expect us to believe that? This can't be the moon.
Yeah. That's pretty ridiculous. Besides, if this was the moon, how do you explain the gravity? The moon only has 1/6 of the Earth's gravity.
Yeah. Kind of explains why, we've seen people jumping like 20 feet in the air.
So what's this?
Just picked up a rock and dropped it.
Z, that looked perfectly normal.
Yes, it looked that way.
Luna?
You were right about the gravity in a way. I was one of the people who knew this wasn't Earth. Well, I suppose I'm not people, if we're being honest, but...
Excuse me? What?
It's just revelations all around now.
Please just listen. Alice, you were infected with Radical 6. Then we gave you the Excelavir, which cured you. The Radical 6 isn't completely gone, though. Some of its symptoms stick around for a while.
What symptoms?
Well, Radical 6 can slow down your brain's processing speed by the root of 1/6. It can take a while for your brain to get back up to speed. Every one of us has been infected. In other words, all of our brains have been processing information at a much lower speed. If you evaluated the root of 1/6, you'll get a number close to 0.408. That means our brains are running at something slightly less than half speed. As you said before, the moon's gravity is about 1/6 that of Earth.
Oh, man.
The time that it takes for an object to fall is inversely proportional to the square root of the gravitational acceleration.
Uh-huh.
Since the gravity is lower on the moon, that means the time increases.
But you don't notice.
Technical.
Because, oh, God.
Let me give you an example. Say you drop an apple from a height of 4.9 meters. It will take approximately 1 second to hit the ground. On the moon, however, that time would be 1 second times root 6, which would be approximately 2.45 seconds. I used 4.9 meters because it matches up with the acceleration of gravity nicely, but it could be anything. The gravity constant is, well, a constant. You could drop something from 10 centimeters or 10 meters and it would be the same. Does that make sense? So, now we've established that on the moon, things fall root 6 times slower than they do on Earth. That being the case, what would happen if someone's brain slowed down by root 1/6? To them, 2.45 seconds would feel like 1 second. 4.9 seconds would feel like 2. But it's not hypothetical. That's what's been happening to every one of us. Wait, you're saying that's the reason we didn't notice the weaker gravity? Are you sure you didn't notice anything?
Yeah.
Think back. Huh? You and Sigmund Phi said something about it in the lounge. About how you felt weird.
It's kind of like my body isn't really mine. I'm sort of floating. Like that.
Made sense. In fact, it explained Phi's apparently superhuman strength quite well. Kay did that too earlier. Oh, yeah.
Wait. This is crazy. That can't possibly be Earth out there. Look at it. I've seen photos of Earth and it's blue and green and beautiful. That thing is just red.
It even looks like it has craters like the moon.
Before we get into that, I should probably tell you something. This isn't New Year's Eve in 2028.
Yeah, it's like 50 years in the future.
Today is January 27th.
29? No.
Don't tell me. 30?
Still no.
And just what year is this?
It's 74. 2074.
It's insane. That would mean we were abducted more than 45 years ago.
I don't blame you if you don't believe me, but it's the truth.
How can you be sure?
It's not that hard. Quark and I left Earth on January 23rd, 2074. Solar eclipses are easy to predict. We've known that there'd be one on the 27th for a long time. That's just science. Nobody can change that.
But why is the Earth red?
That's a long story. About 45 years ago, on April 13th, 2029, there were 18 annihilation reactors operating in various parts of the world. On the 13th, all 18 of them went up, all at the same time. The explosion was about 180,000 times as powerful as the atom bomb they dropped on Hiroshima.
Why?
I suppose it started a few months before that. The government had a test site for a future Mars mission out in the middle of Nevada. On December 31st, 2028, there was an accident. Well, accident doesn't quite convey the right sense of the thing. And the point is, Radical 6 claimed its first victims there, then escaped. Didn't take long for it to spread to the rest of the world. Like Luna explained, the virus slows your brain down, but eventually, it also makes you kill yourself. Pretty soon, the bodies started to pile up. Some people would take a dive off a building or shoot themselves in the head. You know, the classics. But for some, it was poison, or fire, or asphyxiation, or the noose. Plenty of people jumped in front of trains or cars. One pilot on a passenger airline drove his plane into the ground. I don't know what hell's like, but I imagine it's a lot like that. After a while, people who managed to avoid getting infected started trying to get in touch with one another. They got a hold of some radios and organized a couple meetings. There was only one thing to discuss, of course. How could they get rid of Radical 6? The answer, they decided, was purification. They figured they could just roast the surface of the Earth and that'd kill the virus off for good. On April 13th in 2029, they put their plan into effect. That plan was to detonate all 18 Annihilation reactors. Now the truth is, that's mostly just rumor. Nobody really knows what happened, but I've got my own theories. I think that the bombers had already been infected, and when they died, they took billions with them. The ultimate if I die, you're coming with me gesture, I suppose. I'd bet you money they'd all lost it long before they got to the reactors. Killing most of the world, no matter how bad things had gotten, was not a sane plan, even if it wasn't directly responsible. Radical 6 killed most of the people on Earth. Anyway, why it happened isn't that important. Point is, it happened. You ever heard of nuclear winter? Well, that's basically what we got. The explosion threw a ton of crap up into the stratosphere, where it joined up with smoke and ash from all the fires. It blotted out the sun for 7 years. Plants withered and animals died by the millions. The few humans who were left banded together to survive. They were rough times. Eventually they were over, though. The sky cleared and the sun came back. Plants started blooming again, and the animals that hadn't died out completely began to reappear. Things weren't quite back to normal, though. It's been 45 years now, but there's still quite a bit of dust and ash in the air. That's what you're seeing. You know why a sunset's red? Well, this is the same thing. Blue and green light have short wavelengths, and they scatter when they run into debris in the air. Red light, on the other hand, has a longer wavelength, which means it'll get a lot farther when the air's dirty. So there you are. The Earth looks red because that's the only color of light that can make it through the atmosphere.
I was speechless. What could I possibly say? There's no reason for Tenmyoji to lie to us. So we were standing on the moon, looking at the Earth. It was 2074, but why? Why were we there? Why were we then? I was so lost in thought I barely noticed Phi's approach.
Hey, Sigma. I think I figured something out.
A window popped up on the inside of my helmet with Whisper in the corner. She seemed to be using a circuit only we could hear. Yeah? What is it?
I figured out why there's an extra E.
An extra E? Oh, you mean the graffiti?
Yeah, the one on floor B. I think it's an anagram, just like on floor A.
It's Anase this time.
God damn it, Sigma! Knock it off! Memento mori if the ninth lion ate the sun. If you rearrange the letters, you get...
God, I can't imagine trying to, like, figure this out. That's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 16, 22, 26, 35 letters? God, the number of combinations from that, it's insane.
The man on the moon rules the infinite time.
Huh.
See? You need 6 E's to get that. So they stuck an extra one in ninth.
I can't imagine how you could possibly, like, decipher that. But then again, we had people who were like, oh yeah, I calculated the cube root of a 25-digit number in seconds, so, you know, people are just like that, apparently. Man on the moon rules the infinite time.
I think it's a message for us from Zero Senior and Akane. Remember what she was telling us?
We created the
So, what are you getting at?
My God, you're slow. You don't get it? They're saying we rule the infinite time. Infinite time. They weren't just talking about having us jump a couple hours. I think they're planning to send us back. Way back.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you think they're going to send us back 45 years?
Yeah. I'd bet on it.
So the ultimate purpose of the AB project is to send us back in time to that catastrophe Tenmyoji was talking
I
about.
think so.
That doesn't make sense, though. I mean, we came from that same time period, before it actually. So why bring us here and then send us back?
Well, Akane should be able to tell us the rest. Let's go pay her a visit.
Do you know where she is?
I've got an idea.
Yeah, I do too.
Come on, think. Remember what she said when she gave you the key?
Mm-hmm.
Tu fui ego eris.
Yeah. It's the thing in the garden. I was wondering if maybe I was supposed to go to that first before we went through the door, but the one in the garden.
Well, come on, what are you waiting for? Let's go.
We turned and ran back into the pressure exchange chamber, the others following close behind.
What are you doing? Did you forget something?
We're going to go have a talk with somebody.
Who?
You really need me to spell it out? The person behind all
You mean
this.
Akane?
What?
I'll take that as a yes. Let me accompany you then.
Wait,
Of course he would know,
why do you know about Akane?
because he's Zero's son.
I'll tell you when we get there. Now, if you please. I'm coming with you. You folks just said the magic word.
I'm going too then. So am I.
Hey, is this Akane you're talking about?
Yeah, you know her real well.
Wait, you're not... You're serious?
He is.
What the hell is going on?
Shut up. Shut up. Come if you want to. We don't need to do roll call. Once we get there, Akane can explain everything. With that, we headed back through the airlock.
Ah, clever. The number 9 door on floor A is shut forever once the game ends. Assuming Zero Jr. was telling the truth, of course. But the door on floor B...
Yeah. Thought we might be able to take the lift to it. And it looks like I was right.
Wow, so really, in any of the previous endings, if they had just gone down, the people who had escaped had just gone down to floor B, they could have let everyone else out.
Any idea where Akane might be?
Yeah.
You mean the grave in the garden?
Yeah. Don't worry. I don't think she's buried there or anything. Chances are she's alive, just in the grave. Anyway, let's move. It's the garden.
Is Akane really under here?
I think so.
What should we do? Are we gonna dig her out?
No, I don't think we'll have to do anything like that. You see the keyhole in the grave? If I just insert this here, I pulled the key off my ankle and fitted it into the hole. I twisted it to the right until I heard something unlock. With a quiet grinding, the grave began to shift. Just
What is
like
this?
bombs 1 through 3 and 0, there's pods 1 through 3 and 0.
It doesn't look like a coffin.
Yeah. It's a treatment pod.
Oh my god.
It is, isn't it?
The glass on the cover had frosted over, making it opaque. We couldn't see who or what was in it.
Let's see what's inside.
She grabbed a hold of the lever on the side of the pod.
No good. I think it's locked.
What?
Treatment pod TP00. Stage 1 defrosting complete. Stage 2 will be complete in 10 minutes. Once stage 2 is complete, the lock will automatically disengage.
Right, cold sleep.
What?
These pods can put people into cold sleep. It uses something called CAS to freeze human bodies without destroying their cells.
So, Mizukani's like an ice cube?
I think so.
Then we gotta wait till she melts?
Yeah.
So how about you tell us your story while we wait, Kay? Specifically, why do you know Akane?
I remembered.
What do you remember?
Everything. I was born and raised in this facility. It's called Rhizome 9. A rhizome is an underground plant stem that spreads by sending out roots. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it? This facility is a little like a rhizome. Supposedly, that's why they call these installations that. The number comes from the facility's number. There are 54 rhizomes on the moon, and this is the 9th one. Well, I suppose the other ones don't really matter to you, do they? In any event, I grew up here with Akane and Zero Senior. I watched them create the AB Project.
The AB Project?
Yes. Its purpose is to send Phi and Sigma, or their consciousnesses at least, to the past.
Back 45 years, right?
Yes.
So, you want us to change history, huh? Go back and keep Radical 6 from getting out, and stop the reactors from exploding. That's our mission?
Well, not exactly.
What do you mean?
It's true that the ultimate goal of the project is to keep Radical 6 from spreading to the general population. But even if you do make it back, you won't be able to do much. By now, it's already too late.
Too late?
What do you mean?
Let me begin at the beginning. You might be thinking that Zero Senior and Akane were the ones who created all this, but that's not entirely correct. They only followed the histories they'd already seen. It was the only choice they had. Nothing less than the future of mankind is at stake. We need the two of you to jump through timelines while maintaining your memories. That is why you had to play the AB game, and why the chromatic doors were necessary. By forcing multiple options, you could make numerous jumps. We speculated that jumping more would strengthen your memories. The puzzles were also there for a purpose. Some theories hold that a moment of insight when you solve a puzzle strengthens your connection to the fourth dimension. That was the reason for the puzzles. Your infection with Radical 6 was also a vital part of our plan. By slowing down your brain's processing speed, we can store your potential. With that energy stored up, we just had to provide a life-or-death situation to launch your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Like a bullet from a slingshot.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. Hold on just a minute here. You keep talking about Sigma and Phi, but what about the rest of us? Why did you bring us here?
That's simple. In earlier histories, you were all here in Rhizome 9. We needed you here to accurately replicate those histories. Although I suppose that's probably not a good enough explanation for you. In a sense, though, it is the truth. Our primary goal was to replicate history. The rest is Yes. I suppose I should explain. Very well. I will try and do so in a way you can understand. First, Alice and Clover. They were abducted 45 years and 1 month ago, on December 22nd, 2028. The location is Earth, of course. More specifically, Los Angeles, California. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
After being kidnapped, your bodies were sent to a facility under Akane's direction. You were placed in treatment pods and immediately put into cold sleep. 4 months later, you arrived at this facility. The date you finally arrived was April 14th, 2029. Your trip from Earth to this facility was aboard a spaceship powered by an annihilation engine. Following your arrival, your pods were placed in long-term storage. Does that make sense?
Are you telling me we were sleeping in those pods here for 45 years?
Yup.
Yes.
2 of you and 1 more.
In preparation for this day.
But why? What do you need us for?
You are an Esper, aren't you, Clover? I mean that you are able to access the 4th dimension. Am I wrong?
Did Akane tell you?
In a manner of speaking. As I've already explained, the purpose of this project is to send Sigma and Phi's consciousnesses to the past. Espers are able to sort of resonate with one another, which can amplify their power. You understand? This is why we brought you here, Clover.
What about me?
We needed your help, Alice, to deactivate Dio's bombs.
Huh? But I didn't do anything.
But you did. In another history, you were able to perform prime decomposition on the 25-digit integer that Dio left behind. Only you could do that sort of thing. Because of your feat of mathematics, we were about to determine that Dio had planted the bombs. Then we were able to question him and get the password for the number 31. Finally, we used that information to stop the bomb in this timeline. Without your help, Alice, we would have been reduced to nothing more than so much space dust. This history exists because of your presence. Now, let me explain why we needed Tenmyoji and Quark. Tenmyoji is simple. We needed you for the same reason we needed Clover. You are able to access the 4th dimension. Almost half a century ago, you used that ability to save a young girl, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
We needed you to resonate with Sigma and Phi, so we brought you here. All it took was a messenger.
Do you want to see Akane? If you do, come with me. I was a fool and fell for it.
And you brought Quark with you. In fact, you insisted that he come.
Yeah, I know. I guess you were worried about leaving me alone, huh? He kept saying he couldn't run off to the moon and leave me behind.
Sorry, Quark. If I hadn't been so stupid and selfish, none of this would have happened to you. I never thought this would happen. Can you ever forgive me?
Oh, don't worry about it. I mean, I agreed to come with you. I thought the moon would be way more interesting than boring old Earth. What kid would turn that down?
We didn't see the messenger after we got on the ship. It was on autopilot. As soon as we got in, it headed straight for the moon. During the trip, Zero told me to keep quiet once we got there. I don't remember anything after we landed.
Then there was a bunch of that white smoke, and we passed out, and when I woke up, I was in the AB room.
Now, Dio. His real name is Left, and he's the leader of a terrorist organization called the Myrmidons. He was ordered to come here. The Myrmidons are under the control of an organization called Free the Soul, which is in turn controlled by a man known as Brother. It was Brother who orchestrated the release of Radical 6 into the general population 45 years ago. Do you remember what Phi mentioned earlier? The ultimate purpose of the AB project is to change history and keep Radical 6 from being released. If we succeed, that would be bad for Brother and his organization. Our success would prevent them from creating the ideal world they're working toward.
Right.
That is why Brother sent Left, his trusted lieutenant, to this facility. They needed to stop the AB project. So, Dio was given 2 tasks. The first was to eliminate Akane, the architect of the AB project. The second was to join the AB game and win it. If Dio won the game, the AB project would not be completed. At least, not in that timeline. In other words, in that world, the project would have been stopped. If things didn't go as planned, Dio was given a contingency plan. If you cannot murder Akane and win the game, destroy Rhizome 9. Hence, the bombs.
So that's why, yeah, in all the timelines that we don't find Akane are the ones where the bombs show up. Ah.
Can I ask you something?
Perhaps.
How did Brother know about the AB project?
He was also an Esper. We can set Brother aside for now, though. May I proceed?
No one objected. We were all curious.
Excellent. That explains everyone, save two, Luna and myself. Sigma and Phi already know the truth about Luna. I don't believe I should reveal any more, however. I think it would be more appropriate if you could ask Luna yourselves at a later time. Would that be all right with you, Luna?
Yes, that's okay.
As for me, as I said before, I was born and raised here. The rest of you were brought to this facility, but I've never left. That makes me someone close to Zero Senior and Akane.
Hey, I've been wondering, who is Zero Senior?
Well, he is in this room.
You've already met him, Sigma.
Mm-hmm.
In another timeline.
Yeah. Well, I saw a hologram. Still don't know who he is. Really?
Stage 2 is complete. TP-00 unlocking.
It looks like it's finished. Shall we open the pod?
Yeah, let's do it. All of us gathered around the pod. The glass was still covered with frost, hiding the contents.
Okay, let's get started then. Ready?
Phi laid her hand on the lever and looked around at us. I swallowed. Yeah, anytime.
Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
What? Suddenly, my head was full of memories from other timelines. I'd seen something like this before. The warehouse of Floor B, in front of the white door. Kay was lying in front of me. I grabbed his mask and saw my own face. I'd never figured out who he really was. Why was there a man with my face underneath Kay's armor? Didn't make sense. After I'd seen him, I was injected with tubocurarine, and that was the end of that. But wait, the person in the pod was the same person I'd seen on the floor of the warehouse. Who's wearing Kay's armor?
You finally noticed. Didn't I tell you? You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you.
No. Oh my god.
Yes, I am.
Akane Kurashiki.
It's you. June. I mean, Akane from... But you're old.
Yes, that's correct. I haven't spoken to you in a very long time, Clover. Or you, Junpei.
Junpei?
Akane. Long time no see.
I could barely hear what they were saying. My mind was still reeling. It felt like all the air had been knocked out of me. It was all I could do to not collapse right then and there.
When? How long?
Do you remember when the two of you saved me in the warehouse?
Never get tired of watching that.
Once you saved me, you went back to your future. Well, your minds did, at least. I carried your bodies to the 3rd AB room, and then took Dio's to the 5th. After that, I went into the 1st room and borrowed Kay's armor.
So by the time you and Clover came out, you'd already...
Yes.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Dio killed you. And then Luna took your body to the 6th room. You couldn't have been in Kay's armor.
No, it was me. In this timeline, at least.
Yeah. Basically, in the timelines where she doesn't die, she's in the armor.
In this one, I wasn't murdered by Dio. You two saved me. It's just like Schrodinger's cat. Your actions in the future decided who would be inside the armor in the past.
What? No, that's nuts.
Alright, what about the other history? The one where you weren't saved. What happens then? Who's wearing the armor?
That's quite simple. The man in front of you.
Him?
That's correct. Whenever I'm not in the armor, he is.
What about the memory loss?
For my part, I confess that I lied. He, on the other hand, was telling the truth. Large doses of Soporil can cause memory loss. I gave him a rather large dose.
So, who is he?
You've never seen him before?
No.
What about the rest of you?
I have no idea who he is.
I've never seen him before.
Me either.
Total stranger.
Huh. Hey, come on. What are you guys saying? Right here. Same face. Yeah. Sigma. About that.
Huh?
Huh?
Yeah.
Are you alright, Mr. Sigma? Did you hit your head or something?
No. Well, something happened to him. Didn't make any sense. Why didn't they recognize me?
Sigma, your consciousness can jump through time. You can inhabit your body in the past or in the future.
What does that mean?
Don't you get it? You've jumped to the future. From 45 years ago.
Uh-huh. I looked around frantically. Yeah, there's a reason. Pond. I ran to it and threw myself down onto my knees. Crawling on all fours, I approached the edge. Yeah, there's a reason why several people in this game have been referring to Sigma as an old guy, and why we never actually see his face the whole game. My heart was hammering inside my chest. A cold sweat trickled down my spine. Calm down, calm down, calm down, damn it. I struggled to take deep breaths. Then slowly, I peered into the pond looking for my reflection. Yep. No, this can't be real. This face.
It's your face, Dr. Sigma Climb. Although, to the you that's behind it now, it's your face 45 years from now. Zero, the mastermind of the AB project, is you.
That's why Junpei recognized him in the previous ending. It's not possible. It's bullshit.
No, it's the truth. Fighting it isn't going to do you any good. Please, Doctor.
Not a doctor.
You will be. a pioneer in the field of genetic engineering.
You're lying.
No, I'm not. You created him. Well, I suppose I should say you are going to create him.
Create?
His name is Kyle Klein. Your clone. That is why he looks just like a younger version of yourself. 23 years ago, in the biolab here in Rhizome 9, you created Kyle. Well, I suppose for you, that's still in the future. When I said I was born and raised here, I was still pretending to be him. The gravity here is only 1/6 of Earth's. If nothing was done, the reduced gravity would cause his bones to be weaker than normal human ones. But you prepared for that. You gave him that armor. Ever since he was born, he's lived inside of it. It kept his muscles and bones strong. He wasn't forced into it for the nonary game. He's been wearing it every day, all his life.
But why would future me create a clone?
He was to be your spare. If something happened to you before the project began, he would take your place. I mentioned before that the AB projects A and B stood for after and before. That isn't all they mean, though. The A also means anima, and the B means body. Anima is another word for the soul or the consciousness. Body is, well, exactly what it says on the tin. The past consciousness will go into the future body, and the future consciousness will go into the past body. They switch. That was the chief goal of the project.
Wait, so the future person goes into the past person?
Sigma, do you remember the note you found in the garden?
You mean this, right?
Yes. Ah, of course, it was you who investigated the garden in this timeline.
Yeah.
Sigma, take a good look at this.
Oh my god.
It's an illustration of the time jumps your consciousness is making. A is where everything began. December 25th, 2028. You inhaled the white smoke in your car and lost consciousness. From there, you jumped to B. January 25th, 2074. You woke up in one of the AB rooms in Rhizome 9. You are in your own body, but it is 67 years old. Your consciousness has jumped 45 years into the future. I believe that may explain why you didn't notice the reduced lunar gravity. The body you woke up in was much older. Normally, you would have noticed that your muscles were much weaker. In this case, however, the lower gravity balanced that out. Moving on. If you continue along this line, what happens next? You reach C, which is January 27, 2074. That is today.
Whoa. Wait, what do you mean? Are you saying it's been 2 days since we woke up?
36 hours to be exact. Have you already forgotten? You are all infected with Radical 6. The virus slowed your brain down. So yes, 36 hours of real time have passed. But to you, it only seemed like 14 hours and 40 minutes.
So even the watches were calibrated.
Now comes the important part. After this, your consciousness will return to the past. It will re-emerge at point D. April 13th, 2029. You will return to your younger body.
But that's the same day as the reactor explosions.
Yes. That is why I said it will be too late. You will return to the past, but the events you would want to prevent will have already happened. The story does not end there, however. The line continues. After reaching point D, you will eventually return to B. But this time, you won't be jumping through time, or at least not at a rate faster than normal. Your consciousness will spend 45 years inhabiting the same body, until you reach point B. Do you remember when B is, Sigma?
January 25th, 2074. According to what you just told us, it's 36 hours ago.
Correct. That was when the consciousness of the 22-year-old Sigma jumped into the body of 67-year-old Sigma. So where did the older version of you go when you took his body?
Point A. December 25th, 2028, the day all of this started. So, basically, the 45 years that Sigma's, when he jumps, he's about to jump back and spend the next 45 years basically setting all of this up.
Yes. His consciousness will go back in time 45 years. For a period of time, he will inhabit your younger body. While your younger consciousness is elsewhere, he will be you in the past.
Once that body reaches point D, my 22-year-old consciousness will come back from point C.
That's correct. When that happens, the older version of you will be ejected from your younger body and return to your body at C.
So it's rotating.
Rotating. I suppose you could put it that way. But look at this illustration closely. What if you take all these lines and untangle them? You get one single line. It may look complicated, but in truth, it's a single straight path, with one exception.
Point E.
Exactly. Point E is December 31st, 2028, the day of the total eclipse.
The day Radical 6 got out of the test facility.
Yes. By now, you've likely figured it out on your own. The purpose of the AB project was to get the consciousness of the 67-year-old Sigma from point B to point A. If we can do that, we can change what happened 45 years ago.
So the old version of me will keep Radical 6 from getting out by jumping into my 22-year-old body on New Year's Eve 2028?
Yes. That is why this line could not be interrupted. In order for the 67-year-old version of you to reach point B, we first have to go through point D. In order to get to point D, we must jump from point C. And for Point C to happen, we had to recreate everything that happened in this facility. That is why we have faithfully retraced history up to this point, so that we might save humankind from destruction and undo the horrors of the last 45 years.
Tell me one thing.
What is that?
You said that Point C is January 27th, 2074, which is today. There's going to be a jump, and I'll jump to April 13th, 2029.
Yes, that's right.
But, look, I'm still old. When is this jump supposed to happen?
Very soon.
Oh.
Yes.
And what's gonna trigger it?
We need potential energy stored to send your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Fortunately, we now have plenty of that, thanks, ironically, to Radical 6. All that remains is to launch your consciousness, like a bullet from a slingshot.
And how do you propose to do that?
Didn't I tell you? A crisis. A moment balanced between life and death. That can jumpstart your brain.
What do you mean?
You haven't figured it out. I mean this.
Tio's knife. No sooner were the words out of my mouth. Fi? I screamed and leapt towards them. Akane was already in motion, the knife diving toward Fi's chest. I was almost there. When I regained consciousness, I was on the floor. There was a dull pain in my chest. I felt for a cut, but something was in the way. It took me a moment to realize that it was Akane's body lying on top of me. I twisted my neck to look around. Nearby was an old tombstone. On it was written a few words in Latin. Tu fui ego eris. What you are, I was. What I am, you will be. Oh man. Gonna end like that, huh? Oh, jeez. I like how there were two different ones. So, I guess we're not going to find out what actually just happened, because that's going to trigger him to go back. And I'm guessing that's where the third game comes in. Oh, a new destination's been added. Oh, okay. 926. So that one was all the way down. April 13th, 2029. Headquarters.
Today is April 13th, 2029, and this is the evening news. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I don't have any news to read. All of our station's reporters have passed after contracting Radical 6. So have my... Excuse me. I've managed to keep us on the air until now. But I'm out of tricks. It's time for me to sign off. This concludes our broadcast day. I pray that someday our world can be cleansed of this horrible plague. Goodbye.
Damn. For a moment I just stared at the TV. The roar of the static seemed to fill the entire room, until with a click it disappeared too. Had the power gone out? I heard footsteps behind me and turned around. You. Kane?
It looks like the first step was successful.
The fuck? You killed me!
Killed?
I guess technically you're going to kill me 45 years from now, but still!
Hey, no need to be rude about it. I didn't kill you. I hit you with the butt of the knife. You're fine.
Oh, I see. I'm okay?
Yes. You and Phi needed to experience a state of crisis. That was the only way.
Me and Phi?
Yes. I only told you about you, but we also needed Phi to jump.
Oh, yeah.
Now, you know what happens next, right?
We go to the moon?
Correct. We will be leaving tomorrow, April 14th, 2029. We've nearly finished preparing your shuttle. Only a few last-minute checks and additions. You'll be traveling to Rhizome 9, along with 3 treatment pods.
Alice and Clover, right?
Yes.
What about the third one? Who's in there?
Phi.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
We put her into cold sleep 2 days ago. She appeared at our headquarters and volunteered to be frozen. That wasn't the Phi who jumped from Point C, though.
Wait, yeah, 'cause, like, okay. Yeah, what's her deal? Because, okay, if she volunteered... Wait, yeah, what does her graph look like?
It was Phi before she jumped from Point A to Point D.
Before she jumped from Point A to Point D... Yeah, I'm trying to think what her graph looks like for this, because, oh god, trying to wrap my head around this stuff is insane. Before... Okay, hold on a second. So this is April 13th. So this is Point D. That wasn't the Phi who jumped from Point C, though. That was the Phi before she jumped from Point A to Point D. So Phi went from 2028-12-25 to 4/13/2029 and signed up to go into cold sleep. She spent 45 years getting to here and then traveled and then went 36 hours. Well, where'd the 5 from point A come from?
In other words, she was following the same path you are.
Was she?
And she still is.
And that means that after you froze her, the point C version of her jumped back into her body. Oh.
Yes.
Oh god.
The point C version of Phi is sleeping in that pod. She'll stay there for the next 45 years, sleeping in ice.
Okay, so the point C version of Phi. So she jumped from... Okay, so yeah, she is following the same point. Because on 1225, she jumped... Okay, yeah, she's following the same one. She jumped from point A to point B, which is why she thought she got grabbed on 12/25/2008. When she jumped back to, I guess, technically a little bit before 4/13/2029, so that she could sign up to be in the Frozen. So we kind of, like, the two of us that were just in Rhizome 9 missed each other by a couple of days, so we won't actually see her again because she's going to be frozen. When she gets to point B, her consciousness will jump to point
Correct.
A. Yeah. Huh. So that's why she didn't look old. So why don't you just stick me in one of those pods? Just, you have to spend the next 45 years setting all this up.
We can't do that.
Why
You
not?
haven't figured it out? You have to spend the next 45 years working on the AB project.
Yeah. As does Akane.
After arriving at Rhizome 9, you must master genetic engineering and artificial intelligence programming, among other disciplines. Otherwise, you will be unable to create Kyle, Luna, and Lagomorph. And, of course, you will need to develop the chromatic doors and the bracelets. You will also be the person who summons Tenmyoji and Quark. Once you've completed all the preparations, then the project can actually begin. January 25th, 2074. You will defrost Phi and carry her to the third AB room. Once you've done that, the 22-year-old version of you from point A will force you out. And you'll just go back 45 years to your own body on December 25th, 2028.
Yep. And then I change history. Do you really think I can keep the virus from getting out?
You have to. If you don't, billions of people will die. Only you and Phi can save them.
What about you? Aren't you an Esper too?
I can't do anything on my own. If this is going to work, I'll need your help.
So, what do I need to do?
What do you mean?
Like, what specific actions do I need to take? When Phi and I jump to point A, what are we going to do then?
You'll both enter the Mars mission test site.
And after that?
I don't know.
What?
I'm sorry. I really don't know anything about what happens in there.
Yeah, if you did... if you did, it would have already happened.
We don't know how the Radical Six escaped. We don't even know why it was there in the first place.
Oh, crap. And we're screwed.
That's why we need your help. You have the ability to jump through time and across parallel worlds. We need you to figure out what happened in that test facility. Things will be difficult, and I'm sure you will find yourself in a great deal of danger. But I believe the two of you can overcome any obstacle.
Wait. How do you know it's so dangerous?
The 67-year-old version of you told me what happened.
What?
He wasn't able to stop the virus.
Oh.
So I suppose you could say you told me after you failed.
What did I say?
That the test facility is full of traps. There was one point, a woman's life was in danger. You risked yourself for her sake, and lost your arms and your right eye.
My arms and my right eye? That's why his arms are like that. Oh. Yeah. What the hell? Suddenly a low rumble shook the building. Yeah, you also have to build yourself cybernetic arms in the future, too. What was
Go
that?
have a look.
That's the bombs. Moved slowly to the window and peered outside. On the horizon, I could see a massive mushroom cloud climbing slowly toward the sky. Would we really be able to change the course of history? No, that was the wrong way to look at it. Couldn't be a question. I had to change history. We could save the world. I'm going to change history. I stared at the darkening skies above us and steeled myself. I would succeed. End or beginning. Alright, well, just save it there. And, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm gonna call it for now, because well, I guess that might actually... well, we'll see. I might do a special one after this, at the end, to get those last couple, because we got almost all of them. 12, 7, yeah, because the infirmary, and what was the other one? 3, 4. It's the infirmary and the director's office. I think those are the only two I missed. I think I got the gold files on everyone else. So what I might do is I might do a short one, I don't know, maybe later tonight, where I go back and try to get those two, because it's basically just the director's office was figuring out that Tangram, which I'm not great at, but I'll figure it out. And then the infirmary, I'm not sure what I missed on that one. I have to go back and look at it again. But yeah, so I might do a short one tonight, later on, just as an extra little bonus thing. I doubt it'll unlock any more story or anything like that. I think it's just like a, yeah, yay, you did it all. But essentially that'll wrap it up. Yeah, I don't need to... Let's get this part. But other than that, I'll do it. I hope you all enjoyed this. You know, if you want to keep watching for the last one, you can. But I think this is going to wrap it up for the story of the game. Definitely, it was a lot of fun getting through these two. I will be starting on Zero Time Dilemma. Probably not tonight. Probably, if anything, I'll either do the last two or I'll just take the rest of the night off. I'm not sure exactly when I'll start on Zero Time Dilemma, because depending on how things go starting tomorrow at work, things might be kind of crazy. And but if I can get the evening off, I will probably try and start in on it. Unless if something happens, I may have to wait a day or two, or at worst next weekend. But that'll probably be the latest. Will be next weekend. Hopefully before then, though. Oh yeah, I guess we can actually let this play now, because I don't know if I ever actually let this play out. Because I was worried there'd be spoilers in it, so I was like, I don't want to get too much into this. But maybe tonight we'll also go back through and look at some of those files. But anyways, that's that guy. Overall, yeah, you know, I like I said, I think a while earlier, I did kind of, at some point, on some level, I kind of preferred the drawn style over the three-dimensional style, but I also really liked how it let us do some things that you couldn't do easily in the 2D drawn style. So, yeah. I don't know, some of that feels like it would be kind of spoilery to have seen it up front. Which is weird, but hey, you know, it's kind of how it goes. See, like, that picture right there, with them all being drawn like that? Oh, man. I don't know. That would have been... well, whatever. Point is, it's good. I had a lot of fun with it. And yeah, I can't wait to start on the third one, but I have to wait a little bit longer. So, once again, I hope you all enjoyed it. I hope you had a good time. We'll catch you guys later. So, have a good rest of your weekend. Might see you tonight. Either way, take care.